Alonzo, hand it over to the Academy and claim sole credit for the Dark Matter project. It seems the Academy never taught you that efficiency boils down to cost calculation. And emotion is the greatest premium. The choice is yours.
Director, the board is ready.
The acquisition plan is a notice, not a proposal. Sign it.
So arrogant! The chairman will not approve this!
My father has grown old, and you are what remains of a bygone era.
What gives you the right to issue us orders? You won't get away with it.
The first lesson my father taught me was to make sure everyone sees eye to eye. Now, do we have an understanding? Do not resist. I have already allied with Havoc. Dark matter is the future. Take them away.
Cut the nonsense, Alonzo. You overstepped.
Overstepped. I'm walking the path you laid out for me. Only now, I'm in charge. You're next, Demunan.
Should we really be sending her to the front lines in her current state?
You ought to know her better.
Stop!
Lena Vandermeer, codenamed Vlinder. Role, support. Vlinder is a medical specialist from GTI Europe, specializing in pharmaceutical research, possessing outstanding medical expertise, and a strong sense of responsibility. Vlinder's med drones can be deployed to a targeted area, dispersing med-infused nanobots that restore teammates' health, providing them with an adrenaline boost. They may also be deployed on herself, following and continuously restoring her own health for a limited time. Her windmill smoke grenades are guided by gesture censoring tech. Upon impact with a service, grenades create a cloud of smoke, creating cover for teammates.
Smoke grenade out.
Vlinder's Flutter Rescue UAVs will automatically target downed teammates, administer medical injections when deployed. Once the injection is administered, Vlinder may approach the downed teammate and manually revive them. During deployment, the UAVs may also utilize their active defense system,
It's working.
automatically absorbing 1 instance of explosive damage per deployment, and applying a buff effect to Vlinder.
How's you on you guys? Vital signs stable. Prepare for rescue. I've got you. It's taking effect. I'm here. Feeling better.
Operators welcome. We all know that on high-stakes operations maps, the biggest threat isn't always tactical, but those unseen enemies who undermine fair play, the cheaters. That's why our security team is building a defense matrix from the ground up. Our primary weapon, Anti-Cheat Expert, or ACE. ACE isn't some rookie on the anti-cheat arena. With 20 years of experience on the digital front lines, spanning both PC and mobile platforms, it stands as one of the gaming industry's leading providers of security solutions worldwide. As for specific measures, we've also rolled out the new DMA Shield solution. Think of it as installing a biometric-enabled barrier for your computer that keeps the vast majority of hardware cheats locked out of the game. Some of you may have seen the DMA Shield Not Enabled prompt when launching the game. Don't worry. This doesn't mean your account is suspended, it's simply the system reminding you, we need you to manually activate your computer's defense shield. Now, follow along with this video guide. In just 3 minutes, you can easily deploy DMA Shield and secure your gameplay. First, we need to confirm your computer's motherboard manufacturer. This step is crucial. Press Windows key plus R, type msinfo32, and hit enter. Here, you can check your motherboard manufacturer, which will tell you how to access the BIOS. Restart your computer. When the screen lights up, but before Windows loads, tap repeatedly or hold the corresponding boot key to enter the BIOS. Most computers use Delete or F2, but please refer to your motherboard manufacturer's instructions for the exact key and steps. Once in the BIOS, we need to track down the crucial VTD or IOMMU settings. If you've got an Intel processor, find VTD in the Advanced or System Agent menu and turn it on. If you've got an AMD processor, locate the IOMMU option and set it to Enabled. This is the critical switch for blocking hardware cheats. Note that BIOS menu vary by manufacturer. If you cannot find the relevant switch in the suggested paths, contact your motherboard manufacturer for further guidance. Congratulations, you've successfully set up the DMA Shield. In addition to DMA Shield, you may see error pop-ups related to Secure Boot at TPM 2.0. These are independent security checks. Secure Boot and TPM 2.0 make sure your PC only loads trusted software during startup, which is also essential for our anti-cheat operations. Let's configure them correctly now. First, we need to confirm that your system disk uses GPT partitioning. Press Win plus X, Disk Management, find your system drive, Properties, Volumes, Disk Partition Style, GPT. Next, ensure your BIOS mode is set to UEFI. Press Win plus R, MSInfo32, System Summary, BIOS Mode, UEFI. These two indicators are the gold standard for enabling Secure Boot and TPM 2.0. If you check both boxes, excellent. We only need to enter the BIOS again to enable Secure Boot and TPM 2.0. As shown, these options are usually found under Advanced, Security, or Boot menus, but the names and locations can vary depending on your motherboard manufacturer. Locate Secure Boot and set it to Enable. Then find TPM and turn it on. If your device allows version selection, choose 2.0. Congratulations! With DMA Shield, Secure Boot, and TPM 2.0 fully deployed, your computer is now equipped with a top-tier defense system. From here on out, you'll run into fewer cheaters and have a combat experience where skill truly decides the outcome. If you hit any snags during setup, reach out to us through the dedicated Discord hardware support channel, in-game customer service, or email. We've got your back. Operators, deploy with confidence.
Gizmo, we've conducted a risk-benefit analysis of pursuing Saeed. His father believed he would grow into a fine hunter, and his subordinates are convinced they can accomplish change in Asaro by following him. Reese mocks his naivete, while Havoc deems him a significant threat. Our superiors have issued the following directive. Saeed's active vendetta against Havoc, who destroyed his village and people therein, presents an opportunity worth exploiting.
It's Saeed!
Rest in peace. Farewell. The hunt has begun. Check your gear. No mistakes. Crush them.
Got it, boss! On the way!
Cover me. Hold formation. moves, boss. Enough chatter. Move out.
Let's go. Hold on. Go.
Humanity's greatest inventions have been born from a longing for better lives. Nuclear power to light our homes, seismic waves to map the Earth's course. Yet we never quite learned how to wield our potential, invariably turning it against ourselves. Whatever the outcome of this battle, we have once again demonstrated this truth to the entire universe. A titanic force wrought by human hands that slipped from our grasp.
Stop for the flash! Hold on, I'll be right there.
The crust is extremely unstable. Be prepared for a big one.
All units evacuate the area.
This was caused by havoc. Destruction of their tremor system is crucial.
All units, defend the key objective. The crust is extremely unstable. The next one could be a major quake.
The enemy has activated the device. We're detecting a massive quake on the way.
Ma'am, you cannot stay here. The aftershocks are still continuing and the evacuation zone will be closed soon.
I only know that my child is buried here. Signal detected.
Ma'am, be careful. The earthquake's coming again.
My child is still in there.
But both GTI and Havoc rescue teams have already searched the area. It's too dangerous for you to go back in.
I have to go back.
Well, good evening and welcome into the Delta Force Global League Season 4 North American Finals. We're back. I'm Goj, and I'm really excited to be hosting and casting this amazing event yet again, folks. Our EU Finals earlier today was a banger. If you did not watch it, go back and watch it after the NA Finals. Well, I can't spoil all of it, but we went the distance. I'll tell you that. There were a lot of games, and I don't know if it's going to be the same here for North American Finals, but I'm excited to find out. Let me bring in my amazing co-caster and co-host here, Vivid, representing North America, my friend. Welcome back. We had a ton of fun with the semifinals, but it's time for the finals. How you feeling?
I mean, feeling good, right? You're talking about the semifinals, talking about EU happening on earlier today. The format, anything can happen. It's very, very exciting. And yeah, this is exactly what we're talking about, right? Those teams were playing for Championship Sunday through those semifinals. And I just cannot wait to have these 6 specific teams going head to head for that ultimate, being able to brag, those bragging rights, the money on the line, and everything like that. It's gonna be so fun, Gosh.
Dude, so much on the line, and I'm really excited to talk all about it. I want to remind folks at home, if you didn't watch the other stages of the competition or the other regions, how this all works. Maybe you're just tuning in to support your favorite team. Fantastic. Let me break it down for you. There's a lot of rules, but it becomes pretty obvious once you get into the game how it all works. So let me explain it. First, every player will start with 1 million Technic Alloy. That's going to be used to build out their kits for the very first game. It is played like normal operations. If you die, you lose your gear. That is a very important stat. You can come out negative on the scoreboard after each game. It happens a lot, actually. Now, we're playing on the Season War Ablaze on a tournament server, so we're a couple patches back, which means the most up-to-date, most recent operator that was released would be Raptor. There's going to be no Gizmo on this season. Now, the way this works is called a double brick format because our leaderboard's ranked by mana bricks and then by total assets. That includes your technicality, that includes your weapons, your gear, everything you have in your stash. All of that together is your total assets. But mana bricks are the key. We will play up to 7 rounds, which we did in EU. We went all the way to round 7, but we will end the tournament right then, right there at the end of the game if a team captures 2 mana bricks at any point. There's only 1 mana brick every round that there's a mana brick. Now, there's a mana brick 5 of the 7 rounds. You will not see a mana brick on round 1 or round 3. You will see airdrops, ways to earn some extra high value loot. So that's the way it works. We could end the tournament technically on round 4 if the same team captures a mana brick on round 2 and round 4. That happened in the NA Semis A with Ink. The other major rule is that every team can only use each operator twice total. So if you run Devil Hat Claw in round 3 on Tide Prison, which a lot of people do, that's the only time you're going to see that team run a Hat Claw because they burn both uses. All makes sense? Cool. Let's keep moving. There's more to this thing. One of the key factors about this is that, yes, you've got your 3x3 ultimate safe box, which is nice. That operates like a normal safe box. If you die, you keep what's in it. If you have your 12 slot card holder as well, everybody's going to be able to open every door free and clear. All those key cards are nice and cheap for you. But every round, there's ways to resupply and get your money up so that you're not totally broke if you don't extract. You automatically get some money every round no matter what, just so you can actually buy some things. But the main way you get money is at every kill you get on the map is 400k. You get a full squad, right? That's 1.2 million, okay? And obviously, if they res and then you kill them again, there's a chance for even more money just on one singular team. You can also earn some extra cash every time you decode Mandel bricks, and then if you don't extract multiple times in a row, you'll get a little bit of extra cash as well as loser compensation, just to make sure you can still keep playing the game. One thing that's not on here, by the way, key cards. Those are also way more valuable. You'll see them in safe boxes or 150k a pop. So definitely worth collecting on your way. Now, this event is all about Mandel bricks, so let me talk about the Mandel brick specific rules. One, there's about a 2-minute timer once you load into the game before a Mandel brick can be picked up. So you can't pick it up immediately if you get the tier 1 spawns. However, once it's been picked up, any squad that touches that brick, whether it touches everybody's hands or if it's on the ground the entire time, there is a 5-minute torch timer. There's 5 minutes on the clock for somebody to put it into a decoding station, or it respawns at its original spawn point. Once it's put into a decoding station, 4 minutes on the clock. And this is an important one. If you end 4 minutes and you've got possession of the brick, fantastic. You just earned yourself a Mandel brick. But every time the Mandel brick is stolen from the decoding station, that timer is reduced by 30 seconds from its original timer. So if it's stolen with 1 second on the clock, but it hasn't been stolen yet, that timer resets at 3 minutes and 30 seconds, and so on and so forth. 3 minutes after that, 2:30 after that. The minimum is 1 minute and 30 seconds. So once it gets to that timer, it can't go any lower than that every time it gets stolen. And yes, you can run out of time via the game clock versus our decoding timer clock. Cool? The final rule that's new this season, if you haven't seen this yet, is that if a squad that is decoding the Mandel brick, they have possession of it, they're decoding it, and they get wiped, that timer pauses, and you can now steal it for free. It does not keep running and run out of time. So some key factors, some key rules. Thanks for paying attention to my monologue. If you have questions, keep asking in the chat, and I'll keep answering. Vivid, talk to me about the prize pool, though, because this is what the teams are playing for.
That's right, Technic Alloy is not going to be the only important currency of the day. Cold hard cash USD is on the line. If you take a look at it, first place is going to be taking home $4,000. This is a total prize pool of $10,000. So as you trickle down, you can still earn some money there. Second place, following up shortly behind that with $3,000. And I think one of the most important things about this competition here today is that just by making it to the finals, if you look down there to the 4th through the 6th place spot, every single team competing here today is going to welcome with at least $500. So just qualifying here to the finals, you are going to be rewarded by that. But of course, all of our teams, they're going to be wanting to fight for that top spot. One of the most important things of the day as well, Goj, is of course going to be how this is going to go down and where it's going to go down, right?
Yeah.
Game number 1, we're going to start off on Zero Dam, and you talked a lot about the mana bricks, but look at that, an absolute lapse of them there in games 1 and 3.
Yeah, that's right. Zero Dam games 1 and 3, or 1, and then in game 3, it's going to be Tide Prison, which is new to the season rotation this time around, which I'm excited for. And then we got Brackish there in round 2, and then we go Space City 3 times in a row, all mana bricks up, and then if we haven't entered the tournament somehow, our last place team this season now gets to select what map we play on game 7. That can be Brackish, that can be Tide Prison, or that can be Space City. You get to pick. And yes, it will have a Mandla brick. One thing that we haven't seen is a team select Tide Prison. It's happened twice so far in our competitions here on broadcast and even through the open qualifiers. And Space City has been selected once, and Brackish has been selected once. So some fun stuff here with the map rotation. But Vivid, let's talk about the 6 teams that made it to this stage. There's some big hitters on this list. Who do you want to highlight first?
I mean, first and foremost, got to go ahead and mention that I'm excited about this because, again, we had 2 groups, and bringing the top of each one of those groups into one lobby is just going to be awesome. I want to talk about Group A first because I feel like that is going to be the most important. We had Inc. qualify through there, and then we also had NL. Inc. pretty much dominated in the mana brick game, but I wanted to kind of give it a moment to go ahead and talk about NL. I mean, just absolutely incredible stuff. We saw them kind of working around the map. Can't wait to see how they kind of play the map today. Speaking a little bit about Group B, I feel like the conversation over there was pretty much entirely about Team Syrup. An absolutely incredible performance out of them in Group B. They pretty much stomped it out and could have ended things actually in game number 4. We didn't see it on broadcast. We didn't see it for ourselves, but apparently they had full control of it. There was 10 seconds left before they were able to capture that last brick, and then they kind of went ahead and egoed out. Still ended up winning though, so great to see them here today. Again, all 6 of these teams, high hopes for all of them. Most exciting thing for me is how different the lobby I feel like is going to play. The fact that we pretty much have the best that NA has to offer here in the same exact lobby.
Yeah, I love that breakdown. A lot to talk about with the open quals and then into the semifinals. Let's actually look back on the semifinals, specifically Group A, and talk about exactly what happened because you shouted it out. Inc. crushed the competition in Group A, and certainly they earned it. I want to be very clear. I say that as we get into this recap. They earned it. They did everything right, and it worked out perfectly for them. They win in 4 rounds. They get both bricks. It's not even close. However, there is a bit of an aura that they have because the teams seem to not contest the mantle bricks and tried to play for money just to be top 3 in their lobby. That's how strong they were. So looking back, obviously some fun things happened on Zero Dam. It was actually very active for the first map of this semifinals. A lot of fun fights, some cool moments with 2 Easy and Co off the top ropes to get into the extraction at the last second and prevent an extraction from their opponents. So there were some cool things that happened throughout the course of this entire event. But Inc. absolutely dominated everybody. And I will shout out that NL, like you said, Vivid, did have some highlight level moments as well. They were fragging out. They were picking up a lot of kills. They ended up picking up the most loot in the game. But Inc. is the only team that touched the mantle brick, basically, on either of the maps that was possible. So as we look back on some of the moments, even on non-mantle brick rounds, you even see Grimmy putting on a show for us on an extraction point on Tide Prison on an airdrop round. I mean, they were nearly untouchable throughout the course of this semifinals, and I couldn't give flowers to them enough what they were able to accomplish. But the caveat is what I said before as we watched them decode their next mana brick. They weren't chowed on these bricks because the rest of the team said all it takes is that we get top 3. If we have decent loot, that's what we're playing for. This time around, you can't do that. I think those bricks are going to get chowed. Take a look at this leaderboard.
Yeah, I talked about it, right? Absolute domination from Inc. when it comes down to those mana bricks. They ended the competition early in the semifinals. Got to go ahead and shout out Chopstick as well, because I remember on Friday you were kind of talking about it. Their qualification into the semifinals, they kind of squeaked through. They were that last qualifying team that actually was able to make it. And a similar story here for them, right? Just barely squeaking by. About 1 million total assets was the difference maker on the leaderboard here. Now remember, we've talked a lot about the bricks, but going to work the same way today. If bricks are not something that we have to take into account on the leaderboard, the tiebreaker for that is essentially assets. So still very, very important. And the fact that kills give you 400,000 Technic alloy each, it's also very, very important, which is why we see NL in that second place spot, right? The most kills out of Group A. So that's what I'm kind of looking forward to. We have this, two heavy hitters, NL, Inc, very willing to go ahead and pick up those kills. But then we have Inc, who pretty much just dominated the Mano bricks from Group A. They're going to be going into Group B, though. Some of the top players from Group B, and Group B was a lot more back and forth on the mini break. So I'm excited to see how Inc is going to handle that.
I'm excited to see how Ink's gonna handle it. I'm also excited to see NL kind of pop off. Look, they had the most kills in the lobby. They had solid total assets. I want to look back on them and highlight them a little bit more, because we've given Ink all their flowers, all right? They certainly earned it, but NL was putting on a show for us. They fought so hard. They found so many kills. They picked up so many flanks, and they're the only ones that had an excuse on some of those rounds where the mana bricks were getting capped, because they said, well, we had our total assets in the bag. We're way above everybody else. We don't have to chow for the brick. Now, I will say this about NL too. They had this moment on Brackish where we're all like, all right, Ink's gonna have real competition. They play for the brick, and look at the timer right here. They had 0 seconds as they get to the decoding station, and the spawns go all the way back. The mana brick respawns back at its original spawn point, so they just barely misplayed, and that allowed Ink to actually capture the brick. But NL came and cleaned house on Brackish, basically cleaned everybody up once the brick had been extracted, and this really helped out their totals here, Vivid.
I mean, the overarching theme for this group was that, hey, listen, Ink kind of picked up the brick, they put it in the decode station, and nobody ever touched it after that. And it's like, oh, okay, so wow, like none of the lobby pretty much fought for it. I do have to say, NL was that one team that was involved directly every single time around that mana break on that Brackish map, right? That first time that it was around. They picked it up first. They were trying to do a sneaky little play where they dropped it and tried to make the rest of the lobby think that they weren't going to go for it. And then, they went back to it. So there was definitely some cool strategies. They tried to contest it once again. But then, like you mentioned, the next time a brick map came up, that Space City, they didn't have to go for the brick. So nobody really did. So I can't really blame them there for that. Let's take a look at some of the stats and how it all kind of broke down. Like we mentioned, most kills, they had the most assets. So, of course, they're going to have the most average kills as well. The MVP of the trio here was Zomo. You take a look at that number down there. This number is pretty much just dictating how many Technic alloys they were able to extract with. And that also takes into account how many kills that they got, right? That 400,000 core kills. So a heavy contributor to the team. Definitely going to be keeping our eyes on Zomo throughout the day today.
Yeah. Honestly, I think it was very even. If you're doing the math here, you can tell it's very even between all three of their players to get to their total assets plus their kills and all that in between. So overall, I think this team's just very well-rounded. And frankly, I want to shout out my boy Articuno as well, because he was able to make it to LAN as well for the DFI competition and playing with a slightly different roster. So he's got a brand new team and still doing the most here in the DFGL finals here for Season 4. So watch out for this roster, even going up against some of the Group B teams. I think this is a top 3 roster in the finals for sure. I'm really liking what we saw during the semifinals. But quickly, I want to talk about Group B, because we had the luxury, yes, we casted over Group A. We had the luxury of jumping in with Group B for one singular map at the end after things were a little bit of chaos. We went to Space City. It went to Game 5. And there was one team, yes, it was a little bit more back and forth, but there was one team leading the charge mostly in Group B, and that was Team Syrup, which, by the way, I learned they're called Team Syrup because they're Canadian. So it's like maple syrup, I don't know. Apparently it was on purpose. That makes a lot more sense to me. 24 kills, 24.6 mil. Look, it really wasn't all that close. They got both bricks. They had the most assets by a mile, and they had 2 more kills than BM. I mean, this is a ridiculous stat line.
Yeah, I mean, they just looked so strong, and it's crazy because it's like, wow, they had 24 kills, and that was over the course of just 5 games, mind you. And then you kind of look further down in the meter board. Look at this, BM up there as well, 22 kills, following quickly behind. Obviously, they weren't able to pick up as many, assets. They weren't able to pick up any bricks, but the fact that they are able to pick up 22 kills definitely, I feel like, puts them on the radar. Remember, we talked about Group A, right? We had some heavy hitters over there with Ink and NL. They were very close. They had the most kills kind of over there over the course of 4 games, but boom, you throw in these two teams, we're going to be colliding these 4 teams seemingly so far that just are very, very kill heavy. It's going to be crazy. But again, I feel like obviously the talk of the town here for a lot of these teams is just going to be Syrup coming out of Group B.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit more about them because these are some crazy stats. But in particular, yeah, we hit the 24 kills and the 24.6 mil. 4.8 average kills, fantastic through 5. Syrup, equal plays was their top fragger by a mile. 16 kills as an individual through 5. Equal plays was picking up a team wipe in every single round that he played in the semifinals by himself, +1, Vivid. Ridiculous stats from their MVP.
Yeah, absolutely crazy stuff. And, listen, friends with Nowhere myself, who was on this team and, was kind of chatting up. He was, typing in the Discord, everything like that. He was giving flowers to actually Hodzik, right? He was like, hey, listen, Hodzik was playing out of his mind yesterday. And when you kind of take a look at the stat sheets, this is why sometimes stat sheets aren't necessarily, they don't tell the whole story. Because when you look at this, like, oh man, Eco's just playing so good, but Nowhere was giving his flowers to Hodzik as well. So kind of coming into the competition, the trio as a whole is just performing so well.
Yeah, no, this is a well-rounded roster. As much as it looks like Equal Plays is the top fragger, which he is not the hero necessarily of his team. Totally agree. We even watched Hodzik as an individual put up crazy solo plays to get his team back into the map on the last round and do ridiculous things for getting reses, winning 1v2s, and then their team gets fully regained, plays the off angle in Space City in the middle of the map, and is able to retake the brick and win the game. Now, a quick look here as we hop into the game. It's about to get started. We're starting with Zero Dam. We want to talk a little bit about the operators we may see. Again, you can only use each operator twice in total in the entire match, not in game, in the entire match. And these are the operators of choice for North America, which is, I think, actually slightly different than EU. Viren making his debut here into the top 3 picks on Zero Dam through open quals and into semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that's been a staple for Zero Dam, obviously the Raptor just finds so much value and information there with the kit. D-Wolf up there as well. Zero Dam, we're going to be jumping into game number 1 very, very shortly, goes. This round is just all about loot. It's also going to be all about those airdrops, that second one dropping that I feel like that is such an important thing that we see play a big factor. Usually when we get all the way over to Space City, right, those they start to come out. Well, Zero Dam is where we can claim the first one. So keep our eyes peeled to see how this one is going to play out.
Great shout there from Vivid, folks. It's time to get into our very first game of the day. No mantle bricks, but airdrops on the map. Call this a resupply round, and I suppose for the very first round, it's less of resupply and more of just get your money up. We got tier 1 spawns here for Ink and Syrup of all teams. Wow. The top 2 seeds coming into the finals get T1 spawns on a resupply round. They're going to be looting up an admin, which is nice. Syrup starting the wall breaker, but it means they won't get T1 for the first mantle brick round.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to be thinking about that for sure. It's definitely going to change up their strategy, but they're going to be happy with this, right? Because you do get access to a lot of the early loot, even access to the Saeed ball. See if you can pick up some early stuff there. And I actually just saw a cheeky little array server in the backpack there. So definitely going to be finding some early loot after taking out Saeed. Also, the wall breaker contract is going to be something that is important. And look at this, some homework being done right there, right? Equal out there getting the contract, and Nowhere, who was inside looting, actually makes a run outside to throw down the smokes to make sure that Equal closes that gap easily. And I gotta tip my hat already, because within the first minute of this match, not only are we seeing strats out of the Ink team, who was like, hey, listen, we know that this third is probably going to be solo. We can try to hit him on the cross. But Sierra was well prepared for it. So a little bit of anti-stratting as well. And we've only been in the lobby for a minute.
That is the fastest that the 2 T1 teams on Zero Dam have engaged in this competition thus far. Usually, the 2 teams kind of stick away from each other and say, hey, we both got tier 1. Let's both loot up, and that'll be good for both of us. Obviously, not verbally, but that's how it feels like. This team that is on the left-hand side of the map on admin usually gets wall breaker, starts that. The other team loots up the rest of admin. So I like what I'm seeing right now. Already a bit of aggression to start. Kills all actually going to rotate all the way out to shipping containers, too. Clear that and make sure his team knows exactly where Syrup has gone, which is down into Wallbreaker. There's a chance Ink may get aggressive here and maybe play to gatekeep them inside of Wallbreaker potentially. Be curious to see what Ink does. I mean, there's a lot of loot and admin that they can find, and it'll help them out later in this tournament, but I don't know. Those kills are pretty enticing.
Okay, we'll have to see how Syrup ends up playing this. And speaking about how our teams are going to end up playing this in general, obviously, one of the things coming into the map, most important thing is the operator selection. Well, I can tell you that almost everybody, I shouldn't say almost everybody, literally everybody pretty much agreed that, hey, listen, this one single comp is the best because every single team has the exact same comp. It's going to be a Viren, a Raptor, and a D-Wolf.
Yeah, it makes sense on Zero Dim, man. There's a lot of open space outside, and Raptor's drone is super helpful for getting some information. We saw a quick look at that map feed, by the way. We talked a lot about NL, so I wanted to give them a quick highlight that NL did get the visitor center spawn, so they're just going to loot up over there, be playing nice and slow, and then potentially rotate up to play for this first airdrop. So keep that in mind. And then also, I'm going to be paying attention to the map feed of where this airdrop is. It's Ink from inside of admin pulls the painting for 2 mil. Wow, we saw this pull actually from NBA on a different map on Tide Prison. Ink pull it here in Zero Dam.
Huge. Would not be surprised if that one came out of managers. That's why that spawn is so good, right? You do get control of that eastern side of admin, which also allows you access to the most valuable key card on the map. Now, this is important as well because that is a 3x3. All of our competitors here today have access to that 3x3 safe box. So no matter what happens, Grimmy is going to be walking out and extracting with at least that. So that 2 mil is pretty much guaranteed. Obviously, they still want to get out of this one, but a little bit of a safety net there for game number 1 for this trio. They got to be feeling good.
100%. It fits perfectly in the safe box. And so valuable. That is a huge, huge win for Ink. Feeling like they are on top of the world with a Zero Dam start like that. They're going to continue to loot up because they know they're completely alone in admin. As we look at the map, if we can, I want to take a look at this airdrop location because it's one that we haven't seen in a little while. It's actually pulling to the most southern location that it can, basically right on top of where Articuno and co have rotated out from Visitor Center. Now, they're going to be contested at least by BM there in the yellow, if not also 4M in the gray from sub. But they have private position inside of the area just outside of Visitor Center. They've already looted everything up in their POI. Found a little less than 1 million. This first airdrop will not have the AWM and the Lapua ammo, but it will have some tier 5 gear and potentially some good loot.
Yeah, definitely still valuable for sure. We do see a lot of teams kind of post up on that camp early on because they know that is a potential spawn, so they go ahead and just early post up there. Usually those visitor center spawns, but I mean, hey, taking a look at the map, you were definitely correct. 4M is one of the teams that could potentially come over. They definitely look like they are interested, but with BM being off to the side, this one could get scary very, very quickly. That being said, the timer on that airdrop is quickly running down, only 20 seconds for the teams that are going to push the airdrop. If they are interested in doing so, do not have a lot of time, right? I'm sure NL will probably have enough time to at least loot it.
Yeah, I think so as well. Definitely will equip some of that tier 5 gear. You can see BM is, or 4M rather, is going to swing down and actually take a look at this. So NL does need to be careful. I'm not sure if they have all of the intel or not. 4M's backing away here, actually. Now that it's landed, maybe just thinking that it's a little too late to try to aggress this in any way that is feasible for them to maybe catch somebody unaware. So there's the tier 5 gear. Let's see what else they get. Classic SLR camera. Not bad. We take it. At least one red. Could have been worse.
Yeah, and the armor is what they're definitely eyeing up there for sure because, you know, the way this works, you know, buying the armor, you have to do so. As we were talking about that, 4M, they were actually going to disengage from the airdrop and they started to push towards admin and they catch Ink, who was trying to seemingly rotate out for some reason. I'm not sure what the strategy there was for them, but trying to rotate out and quickly finding themselves in an engagement. Again, every single team is going to have the same exact operator, so this is going to be pretty fair when it comes down to the utility game, and looking for an opportunity here is going to be RDG. Did not see that player cross, trying to hold the angle right now. Grimmy's going to be fully aware of that one, and RDG is going to be pushed off of the angle, given the opportunity to Ink to rotate back into safety, probably towards the warehouse building. And as I say that, we're actually content kind of hanging around over here in the open parking lot.
Yeah, this EMP is getting pretty good value. Anytime somebody peeks, they're getting shocked down and freaked out and having to back off, so we'll take it. Shots over the top, too easy. Cold blood killer when it comes to competitions like this. Never seen this guy get stressed in my life. Pulled out some of the craziest clutch plays. Staying very calm, cool, and collected. This is a couple shots over the top, but not too plexed about it. You're just going to hold here, Vivid, and I think for now this is the right play. I want to take a look at where this next airdrop is landing, though, because it's AWM time. It actually, I think, is pulled all the way to... There it is. I'm actually going to pull this up and talk about this rotation with you guys for a second, because this is where the rubber meets the road, folks. This airdrop right here is... Let me see if I can draw it. Right here on CS. They have a full free position on the AWM that's going to drop in this airdrop. The only people, as we actually lose a fight here on main while this is going on, the only people that can actually rotate over is Syrup, and they're going to come take a look at this to see if they can get involved and potentially steal this AWM away from CS. If CS is able to grab the AWM, they're probably going to try to extract with it quickly, while on screen, NL getting involved in a maybe 3-team fight.
Yeah, they're in a good position right here to pick up a lot of kills. Going to get the flank right there on to a member of 4M. That one's going to be easy. And as I say that, actually, Zomo does not get that kill, so not going to get the credit, not going to get the Technic Alloys. Now he's trying to go ahead and search for the information. What's going on the other side of things? Raptor is going to be absolutely perfect for doing just that and gathering all of the information. If they can kind of sniff out this player that is down, they know that they're going to have the advantage. And oh my gosh, Koj, I think the drone kind of misses it. If it would have just looked to the right, he would have saw the down player. Obviously, if you take a look at the top right of the feed, you were exactly right. Syrup is pushing towards CS, but as that's going on, Articuno picks up the kill on the 2-easy. This is now a 2v1 situation because there was a huge clutch return kill from Killzall on the side of Ink. Now, Loco and Articuno are left in a 2v1 situation, but they still don't have the information that this is only one player on the other side of Ink.
A solo. Killzall, the captain, the leader, gets slammed by Loco. Perfect find, perfect timing. Ink goes down. They've got plenty of loot in their safe boxes. They're still going to go positive on this map in a pretty decent way at 2.9 million. But that is a huge win there. NL going to fully restabilize, by the way. In the meantime, I think you probably briefly saw it. We're about to see another fight here, but CS have the AWM. They're likely trying to send one out. They're down a player, though. Crisp right now is currently down. I don't think he's the player that ended up picking up the AWM, but one of these players has it. They got to the airdrop first, and Syrup's going to try to take it away.
No, Goes. I think Crisp actually is down on the airdrop itself. So I think the team of CS sent Crisp over there as a solo, and as he was looting it, Syrup kind of rotated in and found that knock. So yeah, I'm not going to be in play here, but it's still being fought for effectively, right? Syrup is interested in taking out the remainder of CS here, Muyo and Diamond. Be very, very careful facing Muyo. He's one of the best aimers in the game, if not the absolute best. And you can see it, right? The ego, it's playing a little bit of a part here. He's kind of standing out in the open, looking for these engagements. He wants one of these fights because he is fully confident in how good of an aimer he is.
If Hodzik and Nowhere peek at the exact same time, there's a chance that he goes down before he can snap to the other, but all three are there. They could triple chow this, and he's actually pretty low. Gonna have to back off. Confirmation, you're right. Vivid. I'm not in play. Wow. Over the top. Equal plays and a big move. He can't quite get caught. Down goes CS. And the AWM is free for Syrup. I was calling the rotation from Wallbreaker, and it is free. With the early knock in a 3v2, that is the efficacy of Byron with some movement. And this is so much loot for Syrup.
Okay, first of all, Equal is insane. I was like, okay, he's going to dash, and he's going to get one of the kills, and he's going to get traded out, and then Hodzik and Nowhere are going to have the opportunity to go ahead and 2v1 trade. Easy peasy. Nope, Equal just gets both. Absolutely crazy. Even crazier, in my opinion, was that Equal was able to go ahead over to the Crisp body and start to loot. And I was like, okay, yeah, nice. They got the There's 0 bullets in it. That makes sense because Crisp doesn't want to necessarily risk giving up the and the bullets at the same time. Probably put the bullets in the safe box, and nope, didn't do that. Had the bullets floating around in the pocket. So, yeah, Syrup is able to walk up, get 3 kills, all of the Technic Alloys from that. They're able to get Wallbreaker so far earlier on this game. And now they are able to probably secure what I would consider the biggest objective when it comes down to these maps that are not going to feature a mana brick, the itself. They're definitely going to want to be able to pull this out on one of those maps that does feature a mana brick. And I mean, listen, we keep talking about how good this team is. An in their hands, that is going to be scary stuff. They still do have to extract with it, but
yeah,
so far, they look pretty comfortable.
So we got a couple options if we're Syrup. Traditionally speaking, they know that they've cleared out Wallbreaker, so I would expect them to wrap all the way back in through the vents. Oh, took it down, my bad. Through the vents here, over to the dam extraction, waiting on somebody else to pull it. Here's the thing. NL is playing on the offside, and they're pulling from sub this extraction point. These three final teams have all three of their players up. They've fully restabilized, and they're all playing for the same extraction. If I'm Syrup, we could full wrap out of here and head out the damn crest extraction with AWM to ensure we get it out. But, well, BM's going to get really aggressive. NL in trouble. Zomo by himself gets slammed. Couldn't get anything going there. Another Viren play pays off.
Just straight up audio. Crept all the way up to the bodies and then was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Is somebody repairing? Is somebody healing over here? Are they solo? Viren Dash comes out immediately and takes the space. Very well played, but a little bit greedy from Slip right there. Standing in the open. You got a knocked player. You know the team has to be somewhere near, and Articuno going to be instantly punishing that. And look at that. Look at the kill feed. Equal is going to be making early use of the Not only does he use one of the bullets to get the knock, he then gets the full kill onto the knock by shooting another bullet. So 2 bullets invested early on here on Zero Dam for that $400,000 bonus that you do get from the kills. Obviously, it's a little bit more than that because taking that player out all but kind of secures the fact that they're going to be able to extract from Zero Dam pretty healthy. I mean, look at this. Nobody is going to be able to kind of contest them on this elevator extract. Once you kind of get in here and get set up, it is very rare, Goj, that we see somebody lose from a position like this.
I totally agree. They have such a power position right now, and they wrapped through the vents like I was drawing and got it for free. Articuno set him up for it. I mean, somebody had to pull the lever, so why not? Got about a minute difference on the clock. So they're playing this. I like this play. I think it's not even an ego play. They get here first, they clear it out. This is the best position to be on the map. If somebody else had already been here, I wonder if they would have sent equal plays or given the AWM to somebody else and sent that player out via damn crest. But nope, they're going to hold the power position. And because of the action earlier from NL and BM and that snipe, they're going to not really be able to be contested by anybody. They've got player advantage on anybody that shows up. They got positional advantage, and, well, they got gear advantage too. So, good luck.
I'm trying to kind of take a look here at what's going to be going on the map, right? We have Loco and Articuno are still kind of hanging out pretty close to this extract. Maybe Articuno is going to make a dash for the extract where you can only weigh so much to be able to take it. But we also saw one of the members from BM, that yellow team, running all the way south. I think they were looking to maybe go ahead and try to take the paid extract, which that would be a pretty cool thing that I don't think that we have seen yet. It's kind of hard to get that considering, you know, how many rewards you need to kind of go ahead and do that. And usually Wallbreaker is how you actually fund that. But we know Syrup is a team that picked up that Wallbreaker contract, so I'm not sure how you would go ahead and pick up enough contracts to afford that right now.
Yeah, I'm looking at that player on our map, and it doesn't look like they're getting out yet, but we'll keep an eye on that. Oh, they are able to get out. Go. Nice.
Nice.
All right. Widow's Wicked able to keep one alive, and you can see, again, that leaderboard on the left-hand side there, 1.2 mil is what they're going to get out with in total, the gear that they have on, etc. But that's not our final leaderboard. We'll double-check it after the fact with all the resupply that you get. And I think right now, if I'm NL, I'm just hoping to get a knock and a full. I don't know what else you can do at this point. Safe boxes are ready to go, and you got 20 seconds. You got to make a move at some point, and now's the time. Byron knockdown, probably going to land. No, just a hair short. A couple magnetic bombs going to at least ward him up for a moment. Articuno takes a ton of damage, and wow, with the triple blaster, the cleanup, perfect combo. Nowhere netted the knock, and they're not even going to get the full. They're just going to leave. See you later. All 3 extract with the AWM. All 3 extract feeling fantastic.
I mean, that was a tough one for NL, but we knew kind of how that one was going to go. I was kind of just crossing my fingers and hoping that Equal did not send another on bullet. I was like, dude, there's no way you can spend another bullet. Like, I feel like it's not really worth it right there. Does not end up using one, but still ends up finding the knock. They do not get the kill credit for that, so will not get the little bit of a bonus. But I mean, if you take a look at the assets obtained below the map on the left side of the screen, Syrup obviously had an absolutely phenomenal raid right there. They were the only full team to go ahead and extract for this one. So basically rounding 5 million assets obtained. You can see NL, it's like, oh man, but it was pretty close, right? They had 4.4. That is going to drop so much when the raid ends and all this loot's in their backpack, the rig, all that other stuff goes away, because they're only going to be able to keep what's in their safe box. But early on here in game number 1 goes, winners for sure. It's got to be Syrup.
Oh, easily. And again, you get tier 1 spawn, you better make good use of it on a map like Zero Dam that there isn't a mantle brick. So very well done to them to be able to do that, because they are not going to get a tier 1 spawn going into brackish on a mantle brick round, which is a huge loss for them. I think, frankly, usually people are a little bit sad when they get tier 1 spawns on resupply rounds. However, Syrup made the most out of it. They got wall breaker, they got kills, they get an AWM, and they all get out of the map protecting their cash. They're going to have a huge advantage in terms of gear going into the next round. I actually wouldn't even be surprised if they go into the next round with golds on Vivid, and they might be the only team that does, because they netted a ton of cash.
I don't know. That would be pretty crazy to go ahead and invest all of that into brackets. But hey, yeah, I really do like that play. An early investment into one of those mana brick rounds. We could potentially see that for sure. We'll have to keep our eyes peeled on that. But Zero Dam definitely delivered. I feel like we had fights all over the map pretty early on. It pretty much just started over the airdrops, right? Kind of forcing teams to start moving. And then, as we know how Zero Dam goes, all of the fights, eventually they're going to end up around the admin area and that warehouse area, because this is where all of the loot and action just seems to be at for this map.
Yeah, and NL arrived at the perfect time. They came up on the flank, they played third party, they got netted a few kills for it, and Killzall, yeah, he got 1, but unfortunately, his teammates were down, so they were gone. Now, this is where Syrup and Equal Plays goes crazy. Vyron across, movement abilities are nice, able to pick up a 2-piece and wipe a squad that got to the AWM first. That was CS that played for that second airdrop. And then it was no holds barred. Syrup just said, all right, we got everything we wanted and more. Let's go sit in the extraction. And there was a bit of fighting back and forth for the other two teams. And trading of blows back and forth as well. And the Equal Plays almost gets a collat, almost lions them both up and is able to clean them up. Wants to make sure he's netted the kill, because yes, those bullets are expensive, but it's 400k per kill. And you got to get the full if you want those extra points. Luckily, BM was able to get 1 player out via the paid extraction on the bot side of the map. So we at least had 4 players extract out of this map, as NL kind of just stared at their fate and said, well, I guess we should try, and it didn't go very well.
Yeah, I mean, after that, right, Syrup just had full control. They got exactly what they wanted, was able to just sit back, relax, and go ahead and get that full extract out. They got to be feeling good coming into this one. And Goj, we talked about how many kills they were able to get, Equal individually getting kills in the semifinals, showing early on. Got to be one of the kill leaders for sure after game number 1. No surprise there. I'm excited for game number 2.
I am as well. Hey, the top 2 seeded teams, the teams that won their semifinals, both looking pretty solid. Ink go down early, but they had a lot of loot in their safe boxes. I expect those top 2 seeded teams to probably be close to top 2 from Zero Dam. But Mantle Brick round next, folks. It's brackish, and I have a feeling it's going to get real dicey real quick. You're not going to want to miss this map. We're going to take a very short break here in the booth. When we come back, round 2, first Mantle Brick.
Should we really be sending her to the front lines in her current state?
You ought to know her better.
Stop!
Lena Vandermeer, codenamed Vlinder, role support. Vlinder is a medical specialist from GTI Europe, specializing in pharmaceutical research, possessing outstanding medical expertise, and a strong sense of responsibility. Blender's med drones can be deployed to a targeted area, dispersing med-infused nanobots that restore teammates' health, providing them with an adrenaline boost. They may also be deployed on herself, following and continuously restoring her own health for a limited time. Her windmill smoke grenades are guided by gesture sensoring tech. Upon impact with a surface, grenades create a cloud of smoke, creating cover for teammates.
Smoke grenade out.
Blender's Flutter Rescue UAVs will automatically target downed teammates, administer medical injections when deployed. Once the injection is administered, Blender may approach the downed teammate and manually revive them. During deployment, the UAVs may also utilize their active defense system, automatically absorbing 1 instance of explosive damage per deployment, and applying a buff effect of Linder.
Counting on you guys. Vital signs stable. Prepare for rescue. I've got you. It's taking effect. I'm here. Feeling better.
Welcome back, Delta Force Global League Season 4 in a finals, and this is the game leaderboard, folks. Game 1 on Zero Dam, a resupply round, no mantle brick. Still was a banger, though, especially for Syrup. Holy cow, Vivid.
I mean, no surprise to see them all the way up there, picking up 4 kills. I'm actually kind of surprised they tied with Ink. Ink, you know, we did see them kind of in the mix, getting some kills as well, but it just seemed like Syrup was being much more aggressive. Ended up paying off, though, because of how aggressive they were. They had so much control over the map, control over the weaponry. 7 mil swing in assets in the positive direction here for Syrup. But still, I mean, when we talk about it, a raid where you do not extract any of your members and you still manage to get out with 3.2 million, a pretty good raid for Ink there. Obviously, a lot of that coming from the kills. Actually, all of it coming from just the kills, right? 4 kills there being worth 1,600, and then that $2 million painting.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's a great breakdown. They lost their gear, but they got a $2 million painting, and, well, they had 1.6 million kills. So it all maths out for you. And here's the totals. Look, it's like we know a little bit of ball. Our top 2 seeded teams are the top 2 after Zero Dam, even though Ink went down early. 6.2 mil overall versus 9.95 mil after 1 round. These top 2 teams are looking fierce on the map, but it's time for a Mandel brick. Loot value is very nice. It can break ties. It can win you thousands of dollars versus $500 if you're a bottom 3 team, but Mandel bricks are everything. And so I am very excited to see what happens, because the top 2 teams were the tier 1 spawn teams from Zero Dam, and they will not get those tier 1 spawns on Brackish, and we'll see if that matters.
I am a little surprised. I will tip my hat real quickly to the BM team. That little strategy with the paid extract that I feel like I have not seen in a very long time in a competition like this, where they sent one player out, able to kind of put them up there on the leaderboard, even though they only had 1 kill. Remember, this was that team from Group B that had 22 kills. They didn't necessarily get a brick, but find themselves in 3rd place in the semifinals in Group B, got them here. They were picking a lot of kills, so I'm still expecting great things from the team of BM.
Yeah, I think that's a great shout. Certainly a team to watch out for. All the teams still well within this competition, but a nice early lead for our top 2 seeded teams. Quick look, by the way, this isn't all that interesting because everybody played the exact same operator comp. So if you haven't seen this graphic before, I'll explain the graphic more than anything else. Every team played D-Wolf, Viren, and Raptor. And so you can see on each of those operators, one of those big green checkboxes is gone because you can only use each of these operators twice total. So keep that in mind as we move into Brackish. If you see another team, any of these teams, rock any of those operators, that will be the last time you see that team rock that operator, because everybody used Raptor, Viren, and D-Wolf. And we saw the efficacy of Y in a lot of those team fights too. Vivid, we saw Raptor come into play, getting information, the EMP. We saw Viren's outplay potential and some of the movement abilities. Triple Blaster dropped one member of NL in the final moments. Like, we saw it all. So let's take a look at our map rotation. Headed to Brackish next, Mantle Brick round. This will be our first of potentially many. And then we'll head to Tide Prison, Space City 3 times, and Game 7 if we get there. It is a curveball. But what do you think about Brackish, Vivid? I mean, this is one of my favorite maps. It's one of the classic kind of competitive maps, if we can call it that. It's been a part of our tournament series for a very long time. And it's a unique map that I think plays quite a bit different from Space City.
Yeah, I really like it because the map's kind of divided in between like people who want to push and try to decode the mana brick. Then it also allots options to kind of loot, right? Specifically kind of talking about the new Tower of Babel. There's so much loot over there to kind of access that kind of separates you from the rest of the lobby. Now, talking about the predicted spawns for Brackish, Goj kind of already mentioned it when talking about our 2 top teams, that being Syrup and Ink. Because they got T1 spawns on Zero Dam, they cannot get T1 spawns on Brackish. You cannot get the same exact tiered spawn consecutively in a map back to back. So that pretty much forces them into a T2 or a T3. Now, what makes these spawns, valuable? How is one spawn considered kind of a T1 versus the other ones? I kind of usually like to look at it as how quickly or how close you are to the Mandelbrick spawn point. So as you can see, the purple in the middle of the screen on Brackish, they're the closest to Museum where the Mandelbrick spawns. I will say though, I was very surprised on Friday watching NA, where Team NL, they spawned at the tower and they were actually the first one to the brick. So just because these are kind of noted down as T1, T2, T3, there are still plays to be made around getting to that Mandelbrick first.
I really like that breakdown. Totally agree. T1 spawns aren't everything, but they can be helpful. Quick look at the operators that have been chosen on Brackish over the course of all of North American competition, from semifinals to open quals. These are your top 3 operators. A lot of teams electing to rock Raptor back-to-back, one in Zero Dam and then one in Brackish because of some of the open sight lines and it playing a little bit more outside of the map. Toxic, Uluru also make quite a bit of sense. Vivid, you talked a lot about this during the semifinals of having a support operator able to pick up reses during a Mandelbrick round is very important. And so Toxic with that speedy res is very nice. And then Uluru for zoning mechanics, I mean, unbelievably useful, not only with Uluru's missile that you can use, the rocket, to get information and potentially also take down some early knocks if somebody's weak, but also the incendiary goes insane.
Oh, it kills a little bit more than insane. I swear that thing just does 60 damage guaranteed if it's just like anywhere near me. Even if it's thrown all the way across the map, I swear that thing's hitting me sometimes. Incredible value there. And when you kind of talk about the Mandelbrick, right, you can kind of put those Molotovs down on the decoding station to prevent any of the steals. Like you already mentioned, the res is kind of coming in. And then all of these decoding stations kind of being usually on the outside. The Raptor drone will basically be able to give you all of the information that you need in order to go ahead and either attack it or defend some of those Mandelbrick decoding stations.
I like the breakdown. It's time for the game, though. Time for Brackish and time to take a look at it. It looks like CS and 4M pick up T1 spawns, but look at what 4M is doing with their T1 spawn. They're getting out of here. They're going to go potentially meet a team. They're going to go potentially fight Syrup off rip out of the Tower of Babel. Also insane. Syrup is just leaving the Tower of Babel immediately. They want to play for brick. They don't care about the loot right now. And like I guessed, quick glance at their loadouts, and they're in gold.
Look at this. Yeah, gold loadout down there. Potential fight on the bottom right outside of the Tower of Babel. Already a fight, though, between Ink and NL. Some homework being done up here towards the north side of the map. They instantly cut off a rotation that NL was trying to make just simply based off the spawn that they got. Able to go ahead and catch up an early knock. And I can almost guarantee you that Ink, for the remainder of this res timer, is just going to hang out and make sure that they go ahead and deny this one. I can almost guarantee you that on the other side of things, NL is not going to be interested in going ahead and fighting this. So the entire strategy for NL has just completely changed this game. They can pretty much effectively no longer contest the mana break. And yeah, that definitely stinks. Some good homework being done for Ink, but this is scary. Our seeded team, as I was about to say this, they're just so good, man. I was just saying, dude, our top seeded team, they're in first place. They could get caught out. And then Hodsik with an incredible use of the Raptor drone there, making sure that all of their boxes are checked. They find the team that is ratted on them. So hopefully they will not get ratted on right here. But I love the shout out, Goj. Gold armor invested here for Syrup. It's not surprising when you think about the economy, right? Zero Dam was very, very good for them, so they can afford it. But they knew they weren't going to get a T1 spawn in this game and still opted to go ahead and pick up the gold armor. Interesting to kind of think about. They're probably going to fight for the mana brick at some point. But in order to do that, they're probably going to have to run into CS at some point because that T1 spawn has allotted this team to go ahead and pick up the mana brick early on.
Yeah, I mean, if Syrup's watching this back, too, they're going to be like, what the heck? Why did that other squad, why did 4M rotate all the way down to us rather than try to play for the brick? Now it's a free grab for CS. Literally no one in sight around Museum. And so now the big question mark is, where is CS going to go with the brick? Where do they want to start this decode? There's a lot of options. It's kind of a random gen of what is available every map, but a lot of traditional wraps you see. Instead of the main market, there's a parking lot decoding station on this gen, but they're going to go over here to the left-hand side of the map to the south of Blue River Hotel. We saw during the semifinals as well, actually, on Brackish in NA. This is the same one that was chosen during semis here, Vivid.
Yeah, but look at this. Mana Brick's going down, but so was a fight over here somehow, some way. We talked about how they weren't going to get routed. They weren't going to go down. They had all the information. Equal is down and fooled as well. So now left in a 2v3 situation is going to be nowhere in Hodsik. Sure, they're going to have the gear advantage here, but the numbers is the thing that's usually the most important in Delta Force. And this is all the more scary because Equal is completely in the open.
Yeah, this is going to be a very... They just got to win the fight. This is going to be basically an impossible res. But now it's going to be a 3v2, like you said. Advantage goes to 4M. Not a major advantage because of gear. P90 kitted, looks like, for SNK. Cheaper weapon in general. Still hits pretty hard. A lot of util being spent by Syrup to make this 4M team think twice about peeking.
It is scary, though, because, you know, looking at the loadouts coming into this game, 4M was that team that did not have a lot of assets coming into this game, so they opted to not necessarily invest a lot, included in the helmet slot.
Yeah.
None of them actually have a helmet. They all put on probably baseball caps for just that increased hearing range. A very, very cheap option right there. It doesn't give you any protection, but it does give you a little bit more on that hearing range, which is why people buy it. So any headshots land right here from the side of Syrup, they're going to find those trade kills. But, hey, listen, let's talk about the map in general, right? We have a fight going on over here. Two of our teams are held up. One of our teams, we see them in the tower. And then remember that early spawn fight that happened up north? That's holding up two teams. So right now, CS is just decoding the mana brick for free because of how the map has played out so far. And somehow, some way, nowhere, puts down a smoke, walks out in the open, picks up Equal, and walks away with his body? What? How? How? He was in the open.
I don't know how that grenade can land either. 4M threw a frag down to try to connect as he's grabbing the body. What in the world? Great. Equals picked up. Gonna get fully re-kitted and repaired and somehow gonna be able to take this fight in a true 3v3 yet again. But you're right, because of all this action across the map, BM has Tower of Babel by themselves, by the way. There was a moment there you saw a red get picked up for them. That was about 200k. They're alone in Tower of Babel because Syrup's been fighting this fight out here. And CS is alone on Brick. Now, the closest team to CS will flip over there if anything happens by the Mantle Brick, by the way. 70 seconds on the clock. Ink is slowly but surely working their way through Hotel to get involved. And on screen, Nowhere is finding an angle to pick up Insanity. And now a 3v2 has flipped on its head the opposite way. Syrup and Co are going to go pushing into this fight and get the full. 3v2 for sure now, making a 3v1 for him on the ropes. They come to try to catch Syrup in transition, and they do, but they can't execute the game plan. And now they're in an utter blender. 4M about to go down and out of this lobby. Bye-bye 4M. A great idea, unfortunately not perfectly executed.
Great recovery there from Syrup. And on the other side of things, you talked about the action that could potentially happen towards the Mana Brick, and that is indeed starting to boil over. CS actually was able to pick up a knock onto Too Easy as he was trying to run across the road. But look at this, Diamond now able to pick up another knock onto Grimmy. This is effectively fully captured now on the side of CS. Nobody can come over here and steal it, right? The team that was trying to contest it, they've been knocked. They have a player down. They have to go ahead and prioritize the res. And with 10 seconds remaining, nobody is even close enough. Syrup is going to have their heads in their hands. They're going to be facepalm, and they're like, how in the world do we get distracted for 4 minutes? And whilst we're doing that, the lobby just goes to absolute turmoil. CS walk away, coming into this competition, by the way, as what a lot of people would regard as the underdogs. They are picking up the first Mandel Brick in the finals here.
I just don't know if I love that play from 4M. Maybe they thought there was no way they would get red in transition, but you know people are running Raptor. You know they're going to check some of these rotations that are way out in the open. 4M don't chow Brick.
Oh my gosh.
CS gets it for free. Now, NL's found the angle, though. Almost picks up a 3-piece by himself in one mag.
Wow.
And they clean CS up with no problem. Were they late to the party? Yes. Are they still picking up a triple kill for 1.2 mil plus the dog tags for a little over 1.6? Yes, sirree, Bob. NL come in and clean house. CS out of this map.
And this is the duo, by the way, right? They lost Articuno very, very early on, and they were kind of just hanging out up here, not really sure what to do. And all of a sudden, an unsuspecting full trio is just standing in the open in front of them, directly in their sight lines. And that was actually going to be the team that picked up the Mando Brick. So that's going to be a big loss on the side of CS. Now, obviously, you walk away with this game with that Mana Brick. So leaderboard-wise, you are in a very healthy spot, but that is going to put a damper in on the assets for sure, getting wiped out like that. They've done no looting so far, right? So there was probably nothing in the safe box on the side of CS. They literally walked in the museum, picked up the brick, and then went to decode it. So not a lot of time for them to pick up anything at all. But NL now potentially turning this into at least a decent game for, you know, their circumstances they've been put into as a duo.
Yeah, that's a good shout. Gonna part some guns, try to get whatever they can. CS obviously gonna be on top because of the Mandel Brick. But now it is a looting game. We still have plenty of time. I can't believe that they got the brick for free from the spawn and then got the decode for free. The only team that even kind of looked at them was Ink. But once they shot one player in transition, there was nothing Ink could do. They had no backup. There was no third party. CS get it for free because 4M come down to try to scam at Reservoir. Crazy.
Look at Tower right now. I mean, the full team of Syrup has rotated into Tower, trying to find something that they can maybe loot, maybe trying to get a little aggressive for more kills. And somehow the BM team has a solo in Tower right now. That's going to be Smile. And then the other two members are going to be towards the center of the map.
Yep. And there's an extract going through for BM. Yet again, protecting one.
Dog
so that's
tags.
why. Yep. Gonna take dog tag out. Gonna get out of dodge, which I respect. I think protecting assets now, once the Mana Brick has been taken, it's the right play. Slowly creep up the leaderboard.
Pick you up at the extraction point.
Not much else you could do besides play for team fights here. And again, because Syrup pushed out immediately to go play for a brick and then get thwarted from moving, Tower Battle's pretty much fully looted by BM. It's a great play from them to stack all their loot on one, get them out, and now everybody's going to be playing around mid-map.
Yeah, I mean, the priority here for Syrup now is getting out because, again, you talked about it. They invested the gold armor into this one. They need to get out with this, or else this investment is just absolutely kaput. I mean, it means absolutely nothing. It helped them win one fight, but, you know, that's null and void. They wanted to come into this. They wanted to go ahead and fight for the mana break, just got absolutely distracted and absolutely found no lenience towards being able to make it over to the other side of the map. Now, this duo here, team that has looted the entirety of the tower, trying to find a little bit more value. It's going to be Slept and Widow. NL, on the other side of things, they actually picked up the Doctor contract, so potentially a way out of this map for them. And that's the hard part about this, is that look at how many remaining players we have on this map. There's very limited options for getting an extract off on Brackish, right? Dog tags is always one for a solo, already taken. Backpack, yeah, one person could take that, but you don't get out with a lot of loot. And then it's just straight up the regular extract in the middle. Yeah, as well as a Doctor contract, but, you know, that one's hard to pull off.
Yeah, we'll see what NL decides to try to do here. Inc is still on the map as a full team of 3, and if I know anything about this roster, they're going to get extremely aggressive here and try to play for a fight. Maybe around an extraction, maybe if they can just spot NL out. They know the Doctor contract's going, so might as well play around that. I think I saw correctly that Too Easy wasn't wearing any armor, by the way. Now it's just a waiting game.
Little sneak peek over at the map right here that we can see on our end. Syrup, as you can see off in the distance, all three of them are already on the extract. So information, they're going to be set up there waiting for this one to go off. So they're set up very, very well. But like you mentioned, it's just pretty much the kill game for maybe these two duos here. And as I was kind of saying that, right, I saw off in the distance, Inc, the full trio seemed like they were actually interested in running towards the extract. So we might have a huge 3v3 fight on the extract between Syrup and Inc, whilst BM and NL, the duos here remaining, maybe fight. And no, as I say that, BM also potentially running towards the extract. We're actually all over on EU. Bunch of players just jumped on the Brackish extract at the very last second. They all got out, so we could maybe see something like that happen again. But 1 minute remaining, it's going to be utter chaos.
It's going to be a pinch left and right. Oh, yeah, there we go. Pinch left and right at the same time. A pinch from the right with Inc is what I was going to draw in from the right-hand side of Syrup. From the left-hand side, it's going to be 2 members of NL. Everybody's going to sprint at Syrup at the same time as the timer hits 0. Some smokes cover, and maybe we get a shared extract. Syrup would like to pick up a couple of these kills.
Absolutely, where they are in a good position to go ahead and do so, right? Take a look at their comp. They have the Alluro that's going to be able to Molotov one of the sides. And then the Toxic Smoke is also going to deter somebody from running through that because it does have that blinding effect. So a lot of scary defensive utility on the side of Syrup right now. But still, the push is coming in right now for Inc. They are trying to surround the entirety of the extract. Syrup has no idea that they're about to get flanked, and Loco instantly opens up. Equal's going to be knocked and down and out. That's going to be the second time that has happened to him this game, so no opportunity for a res. And now NL is thinking that maybe they're fighting the same team. They're fighting a completely different team. 2 seconds left on the extract. Grimmy's over there off on the distance fighting, doing a play to run around, finding the angles, and does not get onto the extract. So the duo on Syrup, no, I'm wrong. Syrup is full wiped. Nobody on Syrup got out.
So as the chaos was ensuing and there was 2 seconds on the clock, as expected, I was going to draw it out. They're going to pinch, slam Syrup, and then 2 members of both the pinching teams get out, and all of Syrup is wiped. This is a huge loss for Syrup. They lost all of their gold gear trying to play for it. Unbelievable. And it's the classic move on Brackish, coming in at the last second, either going for shared extract. If you get a knock, you better finish it, or that person's getting out as well. 2 members of NL get out. 2 members of Inc get out. Grimmy's playing for kills and is able to get one of them, or at least get a knock on one member of NL, but is not able to execute. So that player still gets out. And 2 members of BM also get out. So now the only players left on the map for the last 3 minutes are stuffed in safe boxes, not knowing that they're there. Grimmy, see you later, buddy. BM with Widow finds him completely unaware, and Widow's going to just double check and make sure everybody's gone. And the Raptor will confirm it. Nice play from BM. Aside from the mana break, I think they technically may win out on this map with a couple kills to boot and 2 extracted.
They are playing so weird and entirely for the assets. Zero Dam, they just went down. They took that paid extract, had a solo out there. Remember, this was a team that was in tower. They had Smile take the dog tag extract with pretty much all of the tower loot. And then whilst all this was going on, Slept actually took backpack extract. So they got 2 members out of this raid already. And now hopefully here on screen, the 3rd member is going to be able to put some stuff in the safe box that is going to be worth something. So, I mean, yeah, Widow here just hanging around the extract, able to find Grimmy. But a chaotic brackish for sure, man. And it wasn't chaotic around the main objective. It wasn't chaotic around the mana break. It was chaotic pretty much everywhere else.
Yeah, 100%. I like the way you put it earlier while we watch Widow just figure out, should I be doing anything? Guess maybe running around to see if I can find anything that's worth more than these 150k dog tags. And unless he gets really lucky, I can't imagine it. But I like the way you put it earlier. Because of the action happening around the map, the brick is free. There were so many isolated fights around the map that nobody felt like they could move towards the brick. The only team that could was Ink. And they finally were able to get to a position where maybe we play for the brick. But as they enter the one sight line that CS could see, they get cut down. So now they can't get to the brick, and there's nobody to third party to open up a window of opportunity to go for a steal. So overall, CS well performed, well executed, but also the rest of the map just got in some weird fights. So they'll say, hey, we'll take that. Got wiped immediately after by 2 members of NL, but still a victory.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it just played weird. You got to feel a little bit bad for Syrup, how this one actually ended up going for them. Just couldn't do anything. Had to focus on a fight. Couldn't go for the brick, which is definitely the game plan when you bring in all of that gold armor. And look at this. A last-second find here for Widow. Going to find the red. I didn't even actually know there was a red spawn in that case right there. So learning a little bit something here, but time is going to run out very, very shortly. Widow's on all of the looting they can, all of the killing that they can, and you talked about it. This might end up being a win in terms of assets for the team of BM. The way that they kind of played that map, ratted around, able to pick up the extract, able to pick up some loot, stuff it in the safe box there. They do pick up the assets, but on the other side of things, CS, they walk away with pretty much a free Mandel brick capture in the first opportunity to do so here on Brackish in game number 2.
100%, man. I mean, again, it's CS's tournament now. It's CS's world, and we're living in it. This is what we saw in EU. Metal Brick Addiction pick up the first brick in the EU region, and then they can play however they would like going forward because they don't have the pressure of trying to get their very first brick. Everybody has to play against them, and they get to just sit back if they want to. If they can let everybody else fight and maybe come in and play cleanup and still win in 4. So watch out for this CS team. They are in the lead. I'll be very curious to see what our overall total assets look like too, because we know that Syrup lost a lot that round. So let's look back on that map and see how it all went down. It started with, well, 2 teams had T1 spawns. The first blood actually went to Grimmy. Picked up 1 member of NL in transition, but the 2 T1 spawns were CS and then 4M. But CS, they stuck around for the brick, expecting 4M to also stick around. 4M went down to Reservoir to what? Scam Syrup? Like, this play still was a little bit flabbergasting to me just because it didn't feel like an optimal strategy. It felt a little bit cheesy. And unfortunately, yes, they got the first knock and it was a 3v2. They just couldn't push out into the open to try to finish the opposition. A smoke, a carry, a body, a res, and all of a sudden, Syrup get the first knock and the retrade in the 3v3, and then they wipe 4M. The problem is, so much action on the map, nobody can even get to the brick in time, so CS get the brick for free. Here comes Zomo, and they clean house. Articuno got wiped earlier by Grimmy, but the duo in Zomo and Loco clean up the house of CS, and they're going to be frustrated that they didn't get any loot, but excited about the mana brick. So then we go to the extraction point in mid-map, and this is where things were crazy. Vivid, I think half of this, we didn't even know what was going on because it was just smoking and running. But we saw Ink clean up everybody on Syrup, wipe all of them, actually getting the fulls with the Alluru rocket, by the way. And 2 members of BM get out, 2 members of NL get out, and 2 members of Ink get out in a crazy, chaotic extraction in mid-map. BM actually sending 1 through dog tag and 1 through backpack. And the final kill actually goes to the last remaining member of BM. So talk about craziness in the last 5 minutes of the game. That was nuts.
Yeah, listen, you know, I really like when we get into the rhythm in these tournaments and it's just mana break after mana break after mana break, but I'm kind of happy after watching Brackish right there that we're going to Tide Prison next, which will be a little bit more passive. There's not going to be a mana break. We're going to be able to take a break because after that one, man, I feel like I kind of need it.
I think the players do too. They're going to be thinking and shaking their heads going, what in the world was that? But folks, we're headed to Tide Prison next. Another resupply round. Another chance for some of these teams that are low on this leaderboard in total assets to bump some numbers up and prepare for our next 3 Mantle Brick rounds in a row with Space City. We're headed to Tide Prison next. You're not going to want to miss it. This map can certainly be exciting, especially around those extraction points. We'll be right back in just a moment. Welcome back, Delta Force Global League Season 4, and this is the North American Finals, and I gotta say, Map 2 was an odd one, but it was the winners of CS. Chopstick pick up the first brick, and they take the early lead in this competition because of that. Chopsticks only plus 500. They get wiped shortly after, but they get some extra resources for getting the mana bricks, so they're still positive. Now, NL, actually, technically, the big winners from this map in terms of loot value based on the kills that they picked up here, Vivid. But take a look at the bottom of this leaderboard. Golly.
Yeah, I mean, this one hurts, right? Syrup going to be losing 1.6 million. And on the back of that, right, it's just going to be strictly because they invested so heavily into that. All three members of Syrup, they had a full gold loadout, gold helmet, gold armor, all of that. Ended up getting stuck out on the extract, going down. So that one was a big loss for them. More so than we can really even show on a leaderboard, by the way, because me and Goj were kind of discussing it during our little break right there. And yeah, completely forget sometimes that when you are on this tournament server, when you're playing in these tournaments, you can only buy the gold armor pack one time per competition. They've done that. They can no longer invest into themselves and go ahead and buy gold armor for any of the other remaining rounds. Of course, yeah, they can extract with it and they can potentially still have it if they pick it up elsewise, but investment-wise, straight up loading out in the lobby, it will not be joining any of these other games with gold armor. So a heavy loss outside of just the assets for the team there, but a huge gain on the other side of things for the team of Chopsticks. Already talked about it, an early lead when it comes down to the leaderboard. Mandelbrick is one. They have more Mandelbricks right now, Goj, than they have freaking kills, dude.
Yeah, that's a
like,
crazy
what?
stat. I thought you were going to say they have more metal bricks than they had in the semifinals and open quals, etc. And you also would be right. This is, I think, the first metal brick they've gotten at any stage of this competition, and it's in the finals. Folks, they barely crept into the semifinals. They were team 12 of 12 in rankings. Barely. They then get third in their semifinals. And they finally make it to the finals, and now they're taking the lead after 2 maps. Never count out the underdog. What a flip of the script after 2 maps. Now, Syrup still in second place. 7 kills, tied actually with Ink and NL. This lobby fragging out as expected. They're at 8.3 mil. Basically, their lead that they gained, that giant lead that they gained from Zero Dam, completely squandered. Everything that they earned now gone, and it is an even playing field for just about everybody besides 4M, which for the first time in a very, very long time in this competition, somehow, because of everything that happened in the last couple of maps, 4M is coming in lower than they started with before the tournament started at all. Wow. Before even map 1 was played. They're lower than that at 2.9 mil.
Which is weird too, right? Because we saw them in that Brackers game. It didn't look like they invested much at all. But yeah, going down early, not getting an opportunity to pick up any loot because you are going down so early after moving off spawn. Strategy needs to change for 4M there. I am kind of surprised that, you know, how close pretty much 3rd, 4th, and 5th is. And really, you could throw in 2nd there as well, right? A separation of only 1 mil in total assets, especially when we're kind of talking about how BM has been prioritizing just looting and extracting, but the kill is just weighing so heavy, and it shows it on the leaderboard.
Yeah, 100%. Let's take a quick look at the operators. As expected, most teams elected to use their Raptor back-to-back rounds. So your Raptor is gone for BM, Chopsticks, NL, Syrup, all utilizing Raptor on Brackish. They will not be able to utilize it in future rounds. A couple teams elected to change things up a little bit. They actually doubled down on D-Wolf. So D-Wolf gone for NL as well. And then for M, anything else stand out to you from that last map? Obviously, we saw a lot of Shepherds that round. But any other big standout surprises?
Sometimes I feel like in EU we did see a couple of teams invest the Tempest. Usually we'll see Tempest used on Mana Brick maps, and we do see it a lot on Space City. I was kind of wondering if we were going to see anybody utilize Tempest on Brackish to go ahead and secure that first Mana Brick. Nobody went ahead and used that, so that'll probably flood in once we start to hit up those Space City maps. A couple of our teams, I say a couple, I actually mean only one, NL, was one of the only teams to not use, 4M as well, to not use Stinger or Toxic. I kind of talked about how important I think those quick reses are, those smokes, right? That utility medic-based support characters are on those Mandelbrick rounds, and those two teams not utilizing them just quite yet. So this we're gonna have those available. Maps. Here we go, Goj. Let's talk about it. We know where we're going. There's a lot to talk about when it comes down to this map. Tide Prison. Taking a break from the mana bricks, going back to those airdrops. This one's going to play a little bit slower.
Yeah, it's going to play slower. Frankly, I think most of the fighting will be around the extraction points, maybe around the airdrop that lands. I'll re-explain this for those that have been paying attention. Tide Prison is an airdrop round like Zero Dam. So the first airdrop will drop some tier 5 gear. Again, I would expect, Vivid, based on the conversation we were just having about the rulebook and the fact that you can only pick up your armor and helmet tier 5 selection packs once per tournament, I would expect to see Syrup play for this first airdrop to get some tier 5 gear back since they lost so much in the last couple of rounds. So watch out for that. But speaking of spawns, I want to pivot pretty quickly here to T1 spawns. Chopsticks and 4M will not get T1 spawns on Tide Prison, but again, you don't really need T1 spawns. It's still nice, but you don't need them on this map because that means you won't get a T1 spawn going into Space City on our next Mandel Brick round. The last thing I'll say about Tide Prison, and then I want you to hit on these spawns very quickly, is that instead of a second airdrop to get that AWM, you actually have to complete a specialty mission on Tide Prison to open up a safe and grab the AWM and its ammo, or the chat was cooking me for that. I've been calling it the AWM for a decade, all right, chat? But you get its ammo from a mission rather than a second airdrop. So we'll watch people play around that GTI supply mission and see who ends up getting it, Vivid.
That's so funny. I don't think I've ever heard somebody call it an AWM. Shout out to Goj, man. Just make us up on the fly. Tide Prison is all about being sneaky. Noxel, you can't hear the footsteps. Hacklaw, if she's crouching, you pretty much can't hear the footsteps either. It's all about maneuvering around the map and making sure that nobody knows you are there. Hacklaw is also very, very important because that scan, her ultimate, is able to show you exactly where everybody is. And then after that, the pick rate just plummets. Pretty much nobody else is chosen on this map, and for good reason, man. I mean, it just plays so weird sometimes that you have to get a little ratty. You have to get a little weird.
Yeah, for sure. I think the Silent Footsteps is a huge factor here for Nox's. And also, too, you know, this 7.1% pick rate tells a full story of two things. One, that third operator that is kind of in this category, the rest of the operators are all around this pick rate, okay? Shepard just barely ekes out in front of the rest of them to be our third on this graphic. But the other thing it says is that a lot of teams actually double up on Nox or double up on Hackclaw on this map in particular. So watch out for that as well, of double Noxes or double Hack Claws. We see that time and time again from open quals into semifinals because of how much value you can get from those operators on this map and how much you don't get from that operator on a map like Space City. And I think that's another key factor, is that we're going to Space City 3 times in a row, and we will likely end on Space City unless we go to Game 7. So you'll use those operators that find value on this map alone.
Absolutely, man. How is this one going to play out? We've seen it get pretty crazy on the extracts before. It's probably going to happen again. But early on, we get an opportunity to see a fight towards that Warden's location. It's got a lot of the loot, and I'm looking at two teams right now. It's probably going to be Syrup versus NL, but the fact that Syrup is already here means that they got another T1 spawn, and I think I just saw Insanity in the kill feed just went down to fall damage.
Oh no, 4M is in a blender, man. What is going on? We'll get him back on his feet. Everything's okay. They desperately need this round, by the way. 4M need a ton of value. They are playing this round with less money than they started the tournament with, okay? So they need a big round here. Watch out for that gray team to see what they can do on the map. And holy cow, Syrup pulling a lot of reds here early. Hey, if you're going to get T1 spawn on a resupply mission, now's the time to execute the game plan, baby. That tank for 2 mil. Woo, buddy.
Oh, I thought we were snowballing right there in another big red. That ceremonial dagger, man. That thing will get you every time. I was excited. I was like, oh, another 2x3, but nah, nothing too big there. And look at this, an early fight over here. Killzall is somehow going to be finding Crisp, seemingly like around the corner, right? Where was the sight line to go ahead and find this knock? Pretty weird, but an early fight here for our current leaderboard leaders, CS.
A nice pickup. CS double checking that they can get this res before committing to it. Ink maybe finding it actually an angle over the top. They've split up to try to get a pinch going on CS. If they can catch Diamond unaware, nice shots from Killzall. Perfect setup, perfect execution. 2 down for the side of CS. Looking for the third off in the distance.
Oh
and
my
Killzall hardly
gosh.
misses a bullet. Ink takes down the leader of this lobby. What a start. Ink picking up 3 kills. That's 1.2 mil, a couple dog tags to boot. And CS not going to gain any value add to their total assets. Still in the lead, but not a kill to their name in this competition yet. Just in the lead because of that mantle brick.
That is so weird, man. And well, that's not necessarily weird, but awesome to kind of point out is that every team except for one came into Tide Prison running double knocks and a Hacklaw alongside it. 4M was the one exception. They ran Hacklaw, Nox, and Viren. So 4M changing up just a little bit, but same pattern every single time we see Tide Prison. Hacklaw, Nox, no surprise.
Sneaky, sneaky. A lot of Noxes on the map. You better check your corners. And I guess check your upper balcony railings. Good grief. Killzall just laid that team out, man. That was brutal. Really good start for Ink, though. They need this value, too. I mean, Syrup is way up in total assets again off of this map alone. Ink just jumped up as well. On the left-hand side, it's kind of small. We're on the map feed, but you can see both of those two teams. That's our total assets category. That leaderboard changes back and forth between game and total. And total, Syrup and Ink are way ahead of the rest now. With this map included, over 13 mil. We'll see what these teams decide to do. If I'm Ink, I mean, how long do you stay on the map? Do you go hunting for kills? You just picked up a decent amount of loot value. I guess you haven't looted anything else, so a lot of that can go into your safe box. Part some of their guns, but it's not like they nobody brought in, obviously, gold gear into this round, so I think you can stay and keep fighting. And they're tracking some folks down.
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty much tied right now. I mean, when we were looking at the leaderboard coming into this game, there's 3 teams that are on 7 kills, and that's, you know, tied for first, Ink being one of them. So would not be surprised to go ahead and see them prioritize the kills. And after picking up 3, they're actually going to be in first with a total of 10 so far in the competition today. But would love to see some action. Would love to see them go ahead and start to push. If they do make any sort of a push, they'll probably wait for their Hacklaw ult to be back up, so that way they can get some information down before they start to go ahead and fight. Now Team Syrup again getting that T1 spawn, able to go ahead and push towards Warden's office. Did get some great loot out of this. They got the Rolly, the red there, worth about 250k, and then the tank worth 2 mil. So they're going to be feeling pretty good about that. And the contract as well for Syrup is going to be accessible soon.
Yeah, contract soon, but also look at this. Airdrop's actually pulling all the way to the western side of the map. It actually looks like BM probably going to be first in the airdrop here. This is how you get your gold armor back, all right? Syrup, we expected to play for it, but they're trapped down here in a potential fight and playing for mission for the for the folks at home. So I'll be curious to see what ends up happening and who ends up actually going for that airdrop.
Yeah, looking at the map, though, BM running away from it, I think. Not entirely sure there, but Ink. Ooh, 4M on the board as well when it comes down to assets. Yeah, they really, really do. Permanently at the bottom of the total assets right down there, so a little bit of a boost there, but not an easy one to get out with, right? That is a huge red. That's a 4x3. You cannot put that in the safe box. And you cannot exit through backpack with that either. So they would have to take a normal extract to get out with that red.
Good comms. Easy finds an angle on Articuno, but they trade one back. Loco picking one up on the zip. Kills all down on the ground. Main Slayer, Grimmy getting some shots down, and Loco weak. Gonna have to back off here. A nice trading of blows back and forth, and it's an even fight still. Loco in trouble. Grimmy in trouble. Easy reloaded, ready for some more action. With equal plays down below. Syrup getting involved and actually getting the third party onto NL. NL down to a solo. Syrup trying to clean house right now, wiping 2 of their main competitions, while off screen, BM is doing what they needed to do. Just get more loot, and a lot more loot. They're picking up 500k while this massive fight's going on.
Love this from Syrup. As soon as they heard any sort of a gunshots from that warden office, they decided to pop those knock salts. Able to pick up a huge flank there on the side of NL. Now, because of where the Ink member went down on that zip, I thought it was going to be a pretty easy, like, knock for them to go ahead and secure. But I think the player was actually able to crawl all the way over to that little bit of a bird's nest that Ink had secured. So I think they are going to be able to get their res off, and Ink's going to be a full and healthy trio. But as the dust settles from this little bit of an exchange towards the middle of the map, NL is going to be left with just a solo, and that's going to be back-to-back games where they're not going to be a full trio for much of the raid at all. Oh my gosh, BM, it just... Dude,
it just keeps coming, brother. BM slept, funding 2 million reds. They've picked up 3 reds while this fight's been going on, by the way. Insane pulls right now on Tide Prison. Dude.
And that's been the name of their game. Just straight loot and try to get out. They are not interested in fighting at all right now. It's BM.
Dude, BM, it's time to scoot, bro. It is time to scoot. Get out of here, man.
I also think nobody has opened that airdrop. So that's cool. Like
similar deal. It feels like nobody can get over there right now. The only people that could is maybe BM. Check the let me check our map feed. No, it's unopened. Oh yeah, we've got an icon top middle as well. Airdrop completely untouched on the western side of the map.
Warden taking out Raven in the feed there, so
got more kills than CS.
I mean, come on. I mean, Warden's a beast, you know what I mean? Like, no surprise, right? Or...
Right. I think Loco wishes he was a Nox, by the way.
Really? You would rather be a Nox? Ah, yeah, I guess.
As a solo here?
Well, a Nox would make it easier to get kills. I think a Hacklaw is easier for you to kind of maneuver and stay alive. So, that's how you want to play it.
Dude, if I'm Loco, I'm trying to wipe all of Ink. I'd lose, but, you know.
Well, it's a given there. We know Ghosh. Valiant effort, though.
Okay. All right. I'm going back to calling it the AWM, bro.
Yeah, let's see if anybody gets out with an arm this map. Nobody's interested in kind of fighting for any of the objectives. Have to see.
Stay on high alert.
Orim's gonna creep down western side of the map. Maybe gotta take a look at this airdrop. We haven't actually seen the airdrop on main, and yep.
Look at that.
Poor Loco, man, getting hunted down. And there's just nothing you can do about that. There's a reason Hatclaw is so valuable on the map. As much as Nox is nice to maybe try to take a fight 1v3, if you're on the defense, Hatclaw's gonna hunt you down, my friend. Loco goes down, NL out of this lobby with hardly anything to show for it. A brutal resupply round for NL. They weren't in desperate need necessarily, but it would have been nice, of course, to get some of your loot value up. And now they're down in numbers and waiting on the mantle brick round, and they're not gonna have any clear advantage going into that round.
Absolutely. Our remaining time during this map is starting to dwindle quite quickly. We have 7 minutes remaining, so gonna have to be making some moves towards some of the extracts here. 4M is reading my mind. We are on the same exact page. They're pushing towards the helicopter extract. Now, this one's a little bit weird for anybody at home that plays Tide Prison. Usually, you can leave from the helicopter extract at the 6-minute remaining mark. It's a little bit different because the match timings are changed on the tournament server. It says the extract becomes available in 1 minute and 40, as you can see on the screen here, but then it's another extra minute after the extract quote-unquote opens for you to actually be able to leave the map. So the timings are a little bit different here. I'm not sure if 4M is kind of just setting up earlier if they think that they're about to extract in 25 seconds. Hopefully not the case, but they are set up quite well. Now let's talk about some of the other teams. Syrup, Ink, and BM. If they don't go for helicopter, somebody's going to have to go ahead and hack the computer in the center, and then they're going to have to pull the switch. then of which one of the 3 pipes will be randomly selected, and that's probably where we'll have the giant fight on Tide Prison. That's usually how it goes. Uh-oh.
Ooh.
As I say that,
shots.
too easy.
Trading
Easy
blows.
gets knocked.
Yeah, it's a 1-to-1 trade here. Grimmy's found an angle. Beautiful shots over the top. Gets 1 to 1 HP. Unfortunately, can't get the full knock. Here's footsteps from behind. Actually reads Syrup coming up from the backside and knows he's got to get really aggressive here. Syrup actually finding tier 6 on the ground. Red armor. Let's move on our merry way. Want to be able to keep that, hopefully, but also going to be playing for some of these fights. On the north side of this fight, though, BM has traded 1 out with Ink and is looking to hopefully get more.
I feel like right now Ink is in a good position. Yeah, their res is close enough to them to where I think they could go ahead and secure that one. Widow and Slept, they're kind of left on an island here from Smile. Smile was kind of separated a little bit from them, so it's going to be hard to go ahead and pick that res up. But Slept is going to be interested in going ahead and making a push right now.
No.
Jumps out, gets the knock onto a somehow unsuspecting Killzone. I thought the footsteps would have been very, very loud enough to go ahead and make that well known, but now Slept has the opportunity to go ahead and clutch up big here. Actually, maybe the knock salt was popped right there, but not sure.
Yep.
The push is coming in. Flashes are flying in. These players are backed up into a corner right now. The 2v1 pinch comes in. It's executed perfectly. Widow from one side, Slept from the other, and they clean up Ink.
BMing on their opponents while we swing back over to the extraction point. Syrup trying to get out of here. They got tier 6. They got red armor. They're looking to get out of the map. And 4M is holding them on the extraction point. A return to form. The same fight that happened in Brackish, this time over the helipad. Heli extract, rather. And guess what? 4M loses 1 first. They lose 2.
What?
Are you kidding me? What angles are we getting shot from? We are able to trade 1 back and put it down to Yellow Timer. Insanity in trouble, though. It just backs up and shows his back to a guy with a gun in his hand. 4M throw the fight. They're out of the map. Syrup's going to be able to get the full res off on Yellow Timer, and all of Syrup's going to extract. What are we freaking talking about, man?
This is a huge game for Syrup. I mean, they picked up so many kills. They got to loot Warden. Now they're going to be able to loot the entirety of 4M on the extract. They've got 25 seconds to do so. My only worry is that maybe some of the BM members would be interested in running all the way over here, because this would be the only way out for them. But I think looking off in the distance, they are way too far away to make that happen in such a short notice. And I mean, yeah, look at all of the loot, right? The tank. Oh my gosh, yeah. And remember, the BCE that we were talking about that was picked up.
No way, dude.
Remember, yes.
They get out with so many reds. Holy cow. What a game from Syrup, dude. The ups and downs of this Syrup team. Quick look back on this replay. At what angle? Is it Hotzik? Hotzik just trades one out with RDG floating in the water. It looked like 4M just couldn't get a handle on where these heads were that were poking out of the water shooting him. And then Insanity tries to run away to where I don't know and gets shot in the back. 4M get cut down, and they're going to have to regain again, and they lose the red that they picked up to Syrup. Syrup get out with 8 mil plus just from this map alone. What a roller coaster with this roster right now.
Yeah, crazy stuff. And then also Syrup was able to pick up that tier 6 armor. So, really, really good raid for them to set them up very well for the Space Cities. BM, for whatever reason, this is the absolute priority right now, is them just kind of trying to loot as much as they possibly can. And as I say that, look at this. They're actually able to pick up the Om. I saw the Om bullets just picked up for somebody on this trio. Yep. Now that player themselves would have to work all the way over to the backpack extract. That is the only possible way for them to go ahead and get this Om out. It was actually going to be Smile that picked up the Om. As you can see right now, Smile is quite a ways away from the backpack extract, and it looks like they were actually meaning to send Widow out of that extract. So now Smile is probably going to try to run all the way over there, drop the Om, and Widow can make it out with the Om as well. And yeah, look at this, guys. We were kind of talking about it. Not a single person in this entire lobby wanted to go for the airdrop.
Yeah, it was just way out of the way, and I'm wondering if BM just didn't even think about trying to go over there. Now, you got to extract if you want to get anything out from the airdrop, most likely. But yeah, very interesting that BM, they go for the and they go for its ammo, but like you said, I don't know if they're going to get out of here in time. And by I don't know, I really don't think so.
They'll be able to get one player out through backpack, but yeah, that will be definitely it.
Yeah.
Here's the trade of loot coming in. But hey, 35 seconds left, man. We got 20 seconds to swim all the way down. It's not an easy swim. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Let's go, big dog. Dude, no way.
If they miss this,
okay, we're good. We're good. All right. He's got it.
I was. Look, this swim down is a little deceiving. Like, it's not fast at all. I was like, yeah, if we don't start going soon, like, how long did this take? Jumping in the water, it literally took, like 12 seconds.
9 seconds.
It's got to be close.
9-second spread. He had a 9-second spread there where he almost scammed. That's crazy. But hey, got the out, got its ammo out. No bag extract for 1 for BM. A great map for them. And a little celebration there to wrap up the map because they really did play very well. That was as much as we were touting what Syrup was able to do, which they were able to do a lot. They were able to find a lot of reds on that map, especially looting one off of 4M there on the extraction point. But I think BM still might have been the big winners from that map. They got a lot of kills and they got one out with the AWM. Like, that's a huge win for them going into a Mantle Brick round.
Hey, somehow they keep making it work. Eventually, though, I hope we see them invest all of these things that they have been able to loot into a fight for the Mantle Brick, because I don't even think they've seen one so far at all. They haven't been anywhere near. Of course, we've only played one map with a Mantle Brick so far. So maybe when it comes down to Space City, that's where they feel comfortable investing all of it. But hey, Tide Prison usually goes a little bit slower than that one. I feel like we had a nice even spread of all of the action throughout the duration of that game. A lot of loot was found as well, so I can say that I'm pretty happy with how that one went.
Yeah, I think so too. I thought that was the most exciting Tide Prison we've had in a long time. So I'm ready for a little bit more maybe in the future. But that will be probably, not 100%, the last time we see Tide Prison unless we go to Game 7 and somebody chooses that for a Mantle Brick round. Would certainly be exciting. But let's take a look back on Tide Prison, some of the replays from that map. And I gotta say, a lot of reds pulled on Tide Prison as expected, and a lot more action than maybe we originally thought.
Yeah, crazy. It all kicked off with our team from last game that was able to pick up the Mantle Brick and take an early lead to immediately going down within the first couple of minutes on Tide Prison. So that was definitely crazy to see. Airdrop did spawn in. Nobody was interested in picking it up throughout the entirety of this game. And pretty much what's got everybody moving was this fight that started between NL and Ink. Syrup was able to hear those shots go off. They came in with the flank and cleaned up very, very nicely, which kind of started to snowball them throughout the rest of this match. The rats themselves, I don't care, I'm coining them that goes. The rats themselves, BM, able to pick up not only some kills, a great clutch in the mix as well. Amongst all of the loot they were able to go ahead and secure on the Tide Prison. And then pretty much the last fight that secured the fate of 4M, who has had a rough go at it, was Syrup pushing the helicopter extract. Straight up masterclass from the water, man. Looking like Phelps out here, just crushing it.
Yeah, this is such a big fight for them. They all get out because of that, and they pick up some solid loot as well. So big shout out to Syrup, and then a big shout out to BM, the two big winners from Tide Prison on a resupply round. It's time for a Mantle Brick round on the next map, Vivid, and Syrup's got to be feeling a lot better after a frustrating Mantle Brick round in Brackish. They have regained quite a bit and are going to be back at the top of the total assets category with BM. There is a lot on the line getting into the Space City round. Any final thoughts? Oh, just kidding. We'll see you later, Vivid. We'll see you in a second. We'll talk about our final thoughts on Tide Prison when we come back from a break first. We got Space City next. It's time for Mantle Bricks. We're going to see you in just a second when we come back from a very short break.
Humanity's greatest inventions have been born from a longing for better lives. Nuclear power to light our homes. Seismic waves to map the Earth's core. Yet we never quite learned how to wield our potential, invariably turning it against ourselves. Whatever the outcome of this battle, we have once again demonstrated this truth to the entire universe. A titanic force wrought by human hands that slipped from our grasp.
Watch out for the flash! Hold on, I'll be right there.
The crust is extremely unstable. Be prepared for a big one.
All units evacuate the area.
This was caused by Havoc. Destruction of their tremor system is crucial.
All units, defend the key objective. The crust is extremely unstable. The next one could be a major quake.
The enemy has activated the device. We're detecting a massive quake on the way.
Ma'am, you cannot stay here. The aftershocks are still continuing and the evacuation zone will be closed soon.
I only know that my child is buried here. Signal detected.
Ma'am, be careful. The earthquake's coming again.
My child is still in there.
But both GTI and Havoc rescue teams have already searched the area. It's too dangerous for you to go back in.
I have to go back.
Welcome back, Delta Force Global League Season 4 North American Finals, and we are about to move into Game 4. But Game 3's leaderboard, I said there were two big winners, and this leaderboard certainly backs it up. Holy moly, Syrup had a good game here, Vivid.
Absolutely. There's no surprise to see them all the way up on top of the leaderboard. It's good to see them kind of bounce back after a pretty terrible game number 2. This one definitely makes up for it. 5 kills. I mean, 11.4 million in total assets. They did such a good job throughout. It's cool to see. Though in second place, BM, 4 kills, 6.3 million, and they were only actually able to extract one of their members through that backpack extract, right? So weren't able to go ahead and take out a bunch of loot through a backpack, all of those slots either. Incredible stuff to see them kind of pick up so much money there. 4M somehow ends up with plus 3 million that match, right? We thought that one was going to be terrible for them since we did see them go down on the helicopter extract to Syrup, and then everybody kind of below that. Ink only really finding value out of the kills for them. Chopsticks going down very, very early on. And even though Chopsticks was down in the first 2 minutes of that match, somehow they did better than NL. Not sure how that one works out.
Yeah, must have found some things to throw in their safe box, or maybe had more ammo in their safe box. I'm not exactly sure, but either way you look at it, they're still getting out with a little bit of something. And again, that's also taking into account some of the resupplies that you can get, etc. And so, only going up 1 million when your resupply is bumping up and you have consecutive lack of extractions. That's other ways you can earn money. This is really not great numbers down at the bottom, obviously. So a little bit of a save from Ink with their kills, but otherwise the only story to really talk about from that map are our top 2 teams. And now we look at our leaderboard. They are not top 2, they are second and third. Syrup with 12 kills, almost 20 mil in total assets, but BM not too terribly far behind them with only 6 kills, but nearly 14 mil in total assets, and they're above the rest. Ink not too terribly far away as well. This is still anybody's game, certainly, and it's just funny to look at. Chopsticks, they got the first brick. They got really aggressive getting the brick early in brackish, and they got paid for it. They are the lowest assets on the entire map. They have no kills, but they're in first place right now with a brick. And Chopsticks can win this tournament. They can be your North American champions if they get the brick in round 4 here on Space City in just a moment, Vivid. And if they can do that without getting a kill, that's got to be some sort of record somewhere. We got to put that down in the history books.
I would definitely be impressed if they are able to go ahead and pull that one off. Now, the pressure is definitely going to be on now, right? The jitters are kind of out of the way. All of these teams got used to playing around the mana break in that game number 2 on brackish. So hopefully everybody's going to be a little bit more willing to go ahead and ramp it up and be a little bit more aggressive towards the mana break and the mana break only, right? A switch of objectives for a couple of our teams who have kind of been focused on looting. We'll have to see if it actually pans out that way, though.
All right, let's take a look at the operators that have been utilized as expected. A lot of hack claws utilized, and, well, all of the Noxes except for 1 for 4M. Anything else stand out to you about this list of operators? And maybe we can start sneak peeking what we will see in our first Space City map.
Yeah, I mean, Raptor and Nox being taken off the board for a bunch of our teams. Kind of a surprise there. Obviously, Raptor's big on Zero Dam, but I've seen, over on EU, we did see a couple of Raptors make its way all the way over to Space City. Still good on that map. Yeah, usually how this goes is Lunas will start to come out here on Space City for sure. Wouldn't be surprised if we see like a Luru and then probably paired up with a Toxic or a Stinger. I talk about it all the time. Pretty much when it comes down to the mana bricks, you want to make sure that you have a smoke character available so that way you can go ahead and push towards some of those mana brick decoding stations. Another operator that I actually didn't mention, Tempest, definitely going to be used right now because using that alt, going to go grabbing the brick or stealing it from the decode station is so good and valuable. And there it is. Luna, Tempest, and Stinger are going to be your 3 most picked operators on the map of Space City.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And you were just talking about it. Smokes are everything on this map. You have to have smokes for Space City, which is why Stinger enters into the chat here, if you will, for the comp that you oftentimes see on Space City. This is what we see pretty much every time in Space City if you have them available. Tempest is just so much value for these Mantle Brick rounds. We've seen it over and over again in semis, in EU finals. That Tempest ult, if you call it that evasion device is everything for grabbing the brick off spawn or stealing the brick. So watch out for that. I think 4th, technically, it's very, very close, but I think 4th on this list, by the way, is a Luru now, after how much value we've seen a Luru get on Space City. It's really more specifically on Mantle Brick rounds, being able to zone off of that incendiary. So watch out for an Luru as well, but otherwise you're going to see this trio, especially on this map. I think Toxic also going to be one of the top 5 operators because, well, it's the replacement for Stinger, and we've been going to map 6s and map 7s. So keep those operators in mind as we go through the next 3 maps, and let's take a look at the spawns here, Vivid.
Taking a look at the maps before we take a look at the spawns. You guys know the story for the rest of the games. We're going to be going space, 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 and then if needed, we're going to go to that game 7 where last place will pick our map. Any other map other than Zero Dam can be picked there. Take a look at the spawns here, right? Tide Prison, with the way that one went and how all of the spawns work. Just a little reminder. Any specific team cannot get the same tier of spawns in back-to-back games. Because if you take a look on the left side of your screen, we saw 4M and NL get those T1 spawns on Tide Prison. So they are not going to be able to pick up those T1 spawns here. Taking a look at some of our teams who got the quote-unquote worst spawns, Syrup and BM got those T3 spawns on Tide Prison. So they should theoretically get a better spawn here on Space City, that being a T1 or a T2 spawn here. I will say, and I talked about it on Friday, that bottom right spawn over there where you spawn by that eastern suspension bridge, that T3 spawn, that spawn is way better than a quote-unquote T3 spawn, because you can pretty much use that key card and run across the bridge. The only thing that's scary about it is that there's multiple sight lanes that can kind of see you crossing, which makes it just a little bit dangerous.
Yeah, I'd say the only like quote-unquote bad spawn is probably assembly room, actually. The rest of them are playable.
Yeah.
Dormitory can be a little funky, but namely, if you can get really aggressive, you can actually catch one of the T1 spawn teams just to the south side of Dormitory crossing over to mid-map before they can even get out of dodge if you're not fast enough. So something to keep in mind as you watch out for our teams. As always with Space City, we've seen it over and over and over again. The action is on spawn. There's going to be a fight most likely, or maybe a kill, and then otherwise it's going to be around this mantle brick, folks, and I am so excited to see what happens. I do want to give you a quick reminder to drop a follow on all major socials wherever you're watching the live stream. You know, if you're paying attention to the Discord, the Reddit, whatever you want to pay attention to, Delta Force has got it. And if you want to get involved in competitions like this in the future, you got to drop a follow and be paying attention to their socials. These were all open quals, folks. 42 teams entered into the North American Open Quals. 12 teams made it into semifinals, and we are here with our final 6 teams. The big question is, what is the one team? Who are they? And what are they going to be able to do to execute a win and become the champion of Season 4? Quick look at the spawns, though. We're into the game. It's going to be BMT1, Inc. T1, and 4M flying across Central Command Bridge into the mid-map with NL pressuring hard from Dormitory on the backside of BM right now.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at that map as well, as BM is actually able to escape the sightlines of NL. Syrup is going to be the team that I talked about getting that east suspension bridge spawn, and they are able to utilize the key card instantly and run across. So they're going to be in the mix, in towards the middle of the map, and involved very early on. 4 teams so far have managed to cross towards the middle. The only 2 that have not is going to be NL and our current team. That is the only team that's going to be on match point right now for the Mantle Break format. That's going to be CS. They do have the opportunity to end the competition now if they do pick up this Mantle Break during this game. We'll have to see how that one pans out. But for right now, 4 teams in the center of the map, and they are all spread out, and they're all going to be setting up to run towards the center right under where the boss spawns is where the Mantle Break spawns on this map.
Yeah, interestingly enough, our top 2 teams, which is Syrup and CS, they both had the T3 spawns. And Syrup, like you said, swung aggressively from Water Tank over the bridge and into the building here in the middle of this quad. We're able to play here. Now, 2Easy is able to pick up red helmet. Probably going to be able to utilize during this fight mid-map for the brick. Actually, a nice big value add. CS has wrapped from printing an assembly room all the way up to Central Command. Is going to come from the north side of the map, potentially get involved as well. This is a very aggressive start to Space City, and BM peeking over the top here at this door, waiting for somebody to make a mistake. They're covering both angles. Smile covering the cross.
And right now, Inc. is just playing absolute spoiler. They have an angle set up on the Mantle Brick, and they have denied now 2 separate Tempests. They denied the team of Syrup from picking up the Mantle Brick with their Tempest All, and then they denied it from NL as well. So incredibly well played from the side of Inc. And this is kind of crazy because this is going to be one of the first times where we have seen Space City kind of go past that first initial 10 seconds of when the Mantle Brick is actually able to be picked up and kind of wait a moment. Once again, all the Tempests, they're now finding their way into the competition, and we're seeing them in full effect.
Start finding some breads, but on screen, 4M, they got the early knock, but aren't able to get the full. So BM's back on their feet. And reminder, they've got the AWM on the map. Saw one of their players touting it just a moment ago, looking for an angle to get that one-shot snipe to drop one member of 4M and take this power position in mid-map. Now, interestingly enough, there's so many people in this area, and there it is. Speak of the devil, and he appears. Good grief. Going to spin one shot to knock it. Won't spin another to clean it up, but this could be the signal flare they need to push into this building and take the fight. It's a 3v2. They know somebody's holding the angle. Could try to throw some util through to try to open things up so they can actually take this fight. Otherwise, they may sacrifice a body to actually win the trade. So far, staying patient. 4M still down a player.
A complete flip of the switch here for the playstyle when it comes down to the BM team, right? They picked up that just in that last match and instantly bring it back in. They've been the team that's been looting. They've been picking up all of the supplies, and now finally they invest.
Huge.
And after Inc. has now denied the mana brick multiple times, they themselves use their own Tempest ult, and they're able to go ahead and pick up the mana brick. Now the dash is coming out for them. They're trying to make their way over towards a decoding station. And oh my gosh, are we going to see some crazy stuff? Are they going to go all the way over to the printing room decoding station? This is going to be so nuanced and odd from what we have seen before.
Yeah, this is a wide open space, literally out in the open, outside of Central Command, but there's a fight on hand. We'll get to it in a second as BM is cleaning house. 4M wiped. They got the early aggression. They slow played inside, and then they swung in a 3v2 to win the gunfight. BM get another triple kill, and 4M out of this lobby again nice and early with hardly anything to show for it. On the opposite side, this is exactly what we thought. Ink goes swinging all the way up to printing over outside of Central Command. Who's there? It's CS. They spawned in printing and assembly. They moved to Central Command. They hear Ink coming, and Ink punished them for peeking. All of a sudden, CS is down to a single player. Now out of the lobby, bye-bye CS, and Ink has possession of the brick, and they've got position. Central Command is currently empty. They can set up however they would like, and they're actually going to split attention. 1 on Central Command side potentially, and 2 on the opposite over by printing and assembly. We'll see what they decide to do for the ultimate setup, but right now they are free and clear with the mana brick in decode, and no one is within a country mile. The closest team right now is Syrup coming in from assembly side.
Taking a break from the action real quick to just talk about the risk factor. They actually sent Grimmy the Luna on the Ink side of things across Employee Passage. He was miles ahead. He was actually already on the decoding station when they basically picked up the mana brick in mid. They knew that this was coming, so he was already set up there. And that position, the reason he went so early was to catch off the rotations of CS, which is why those kills were able to find so easy for the side of Ink. Now, Syrup is going to be the team that is trying to go ahead and aggress towards a mana brick. Seemingly so, the only one interested in doing so, and they could potentially catch Ink off guard if they're able to sneak all the way through here without making any noise. But I know that there is a bunch of doors that you have to open to go through these buildings, so the noise, the cues, they should be coming out here. If Killzall stays close enough, but he is rotating just a little bit further away, I do not think he'll hear the rotation here from Syrup. And now Syrup basically has to set themselves up in a position to where they can use that Tempest ult to go ahead and steal the decode.
Syrup, the only team trying to make a play for this brick. Now, the only person from Ink that actually can look at them on this cross is Killzall. He's been a top fragger for Ink in the past. I'm not sure about today. Can hit quite hard. Easy actually may have a tiny angle over the top, but it's not going to be one that he can actually hold with. They need to try to find Killzall and get some information, whether that's from Hodsik, with a recon arrow. There's this rock that we're talking about with Easy over the top. Grimmy is playing basically on point, holding the opposite push that could come from mid-map. Spotted.
One of the players has been spotted here. This Luna Dart is going to be everything here, and it missed. Killzall's position is unknown right now. He manages to dodge the information play out of Syrup. But look at this. They're still making their way over towards the rocks, and because of that, Killzall starts to feel the pressure, starts to back up right now. But look at the timer towards the top of the screen. 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining before Ink has successfully decoded the mana break. And there is still a lot of ground to be made up here by Syrup, and all of that ground that I am talking about is across the middle of the open, right? This open road towards the mana brick is not one that is going to be easy to cross, especially if no other team is interested in pushing towards this mana brick. It's going to be extremely hard for Syrup to go ahead and capture this by themselves.
60 seconds. You do see through X right now. NL is going to come get involved. Don't be deceived by BM. They are a country mile away over in dormitory right now. But NL is a player. They're going to come in late, but they are a player, potentially the third party this fight. If Syrup get aggressive here, NL could shoot Ink in the back as they're trying to deal with Syrup. But we're running out of daylight. We have 40 seconds. And the one player I don't know that Syrup has spotted is going to be Grimmy, who's basically laying on the brick. Here comes Loco to try to play spoiler like I was talking about. They're going to come over the backside of Central Command, and they're going to come down the hill.
Yeah, Syrup is basically waiting for their Luna arrow to come back up so that way they can use it. Yeah, they're using it right now. They're going to get the ping on all of the members, and they're going to use the Tempest Stall at the same exact time. And this is perfect. Somehow it works out perfectly to where NL gets the flank in at the exact same time that they try to go for the mana break. And somebody on the ink side of things, they try to go ahead and commit to the defense of it. They were just laying down. They were hoping to spray the smoke and actually pick up one of those kills onto Equal. But Equal is able to go ahead and steal the mana break uncontested, basically. And look at this now. NL was doing the exact same thing, but Grimmy plays spoiler.
Grimmy's able to get the knock, so Syrup actually still in charge of the brick. We've lost one already on the side of NL during that engagement. Too Easy picks up, I believe it's Articuno in transition. So we lose one. We get the res back. NL back to 2 players with Zomo up, Loco still on map. And Syrup's a full team of 3, and they're technically decoding, but they've backed way back all the way to Printing Room and Assembly. And I think Nowhere's going to try to catch this back angle. Here's a look at the map. Nowhere's going to try to catch the back angle to guard the Mandel Brick from the decoding station on low side while Equal holds high. I mean, Ink's going to try to make the play with Tempest here in a moment again, now that they've restabilized as well. And BM's finally showing up late to the party after wrapping all the way from Dormitory.
Yeah, this is going to get crazy here. 2 minutes remaining. This is scary now because the team that's closest, the team that initially had control over this ink, it's hard for them to kind of get involved because now there's so many teams around them that if they do Tempest and that Tempest does get knocked, upon returning, a push could come in that would kind of inevitably end up wiping them. And as I say that, I thought Killzall was going to go for a run towards the mana break, and he is just doing that. He rolls out, he lays down. The shock dart is in, but it's actually not doing any damage somehow. Indicator was on his screen, but I think it was on the other side of the decoding station, so providing a little bit of protection right there for Killzall. Ink is now in control of the mana break, and Equal tries to go right back in. He's in the complete open. The smoke was late. Who was in charge of the smoke? Nowhere. It was mistimed. He was standing in the open. There was no cover.
Yeah, Grimmy has the perfect angle on this decode station, waiting for somebody to get there. He was going to spray both sides regardless of smoke, but it couldn't give him enough time for the steal. Smile almost connects with the AWM. This will be the signal flare that everybody knows. The third and fourth party now have made their arrival. It's not just Zomo and Loco trying to play spoiler. It's now BM. Smile has no idea where anybody's at and just throwing bullets down range, trying to connect with something to get some info and doesn't get it. Gets the info from getting shot in the face. Gonna have to back off. Replay back up, but take a look at the gear that BM's bringing in. They brought in tier 5. They brought in gold for this map, and they've already made good use of it. Let's see what they can do in what could be a very important fight.
Pressure's on now. With every single stolen decode that ends up happening, that timer drops by 30 seconds. So these windows are starting to get smaller and smaller. Ink right now, 1 minute and 40 seconds separates them from putting themselves up on the leaderboard. Syrup has been the only team to go ahead and successfully steal it. NL have tried but failed, and now BM is also a part of the conversation. And I gotta give a big shout out to Anchor. They're playing this so well. They're not peeking at all. They are not giving Syrup or any of the other teams any opportunity. And as I say that, look at this. Slept, uses the Temp Assault, tries to get into the conversation, tries to get all the way over there to the mana break decoding station, but the timer was running out and he had to go ahead and return. That play is now null and void for them, and Equal over peaks just a little bit, and Killzall puts him down immediately and hides away once again.
A big take against Syrup, who may get aggressive here shortly. Everybody waiting on some of their util timers, and Zomo over peaks as well. Killzall is not missing, punishing every mistake from every player that peaks for a hair too long. Ink with 40 seconds on the clock and a full team of 3. Ink have complete control over this point. Everybody else scrambling to figure out what to do, and BM is being thwarted from able to make a push. Smile goes down by Loco. NL yet again playing spoiler for anybody able to get towards the brick.
20 seconds remaining. Syrup is a full trio once again. They have to make a play now, but remember that was Equal that went down. That's going to be the Tempest for the team. It's going to take him a while before he's actually able to heal up and get all the way over here because he was so far away. 10 seconds remaining. All of the Tempest ults have been utilized at this point in time. I think Equal was trying to make a run for it, and he was, but Killzone goes ahead and cuts off the rotation, cuts off the attempt towards the mana brick. Ink is going to successfully decode the mana brick here in game number 4.
What a flawless hold from Ink, and I really love the decision to move all the way up to Central Command near printing for this decode. They might get cut down here, now in a bit of trouble as Killzone has no armor. Gonna have to try to repair, playing these rocks near perfectly. Even Nowhere can't find the angle with the sniper to try to get a full knock on Ink. A really smart game plan and a great call by the IGL, getting a recognition of where the rest of the teams are on the map, where they aren't, getting to a decoding station they feel like they can hold, and they held it near flawlessly.
Incredible stuff for them now, and obviously we're sitting here and we're still watching this standstill as Ink is able to pick up another kill. Pretty much all of these players are not going to be able to get out of this map, and I was thinking about it. I was like, we did see one on the map here, and that was going to be from the side of BM. They're probably going to go try to take the backpack extract to go ahead and get out with that and bring it into one of the other matches. But for Ink, NL, and Syrup, all of these players still running around looking for fights. They're definitely not going to get an extraction out here, so expect to see the safe boxes start to get full.
Yeah, it's a really good call. Water tank, you can go no bag, but I'll be very curious to see if maybe there's a contest actually at no bag. And remember, by the way, BM brought in all gold armor, helmet, vest, everything in between. So if BM don't get out here at all, they're losing out on a ton of value as well. And Syrup going to be swinging potentially for this, trying to get up a couple more kills. Again, it's 400k per kill. Dog tags 150k, so there's still a lot of value left on the map in 3 minutes. But getting out nearly impossible.
Yeah, I would have actually liked to see Syrup look for a fight, you know, try to get something out of this match, you know, maybe like 400k. They are the wealthiest team, so maybe they're like, hey, listen, we have enough money. We don't want to give money to any of the other teams, but it looks like they're trying to go ahead and send somebody out from the backpack extract, but they have no idea that BM is basically just waiting here as we tune in with Loco, who is a solo left alive here in the 1v3 against the Ink team. And I mean, yeah, that's pretty much been the story of this game. Ink just lighting up the kill feed. Going to be able to find what I would expect to be their last kill of this match. And yeah, like I mentioned, Equal, they were trying to run towards the backpack. BM waiting for them to come this way. Slup's going to go ahead and get the knock on the Equal. The Luna Dart is perfect. It scans both of the players. The U2 is going to start to come in as Slup looks for the angle. Shots on the Nowhere. Nowhere goes low. The side angle from Smile was going to be able to take out Nowhere. And now the last player remaining for Syrup is going to be Hodsick laying in the bushes, trying to not make himself known, but he's going to be sniffed out by Widow, and BM makes quick work of Syrup's squad.
BM is in final form right now. They may not have gotten the brick, and they were a little bit too late to the party because they were cleaning house all over the map, and they cleaned house at the end of the map as well. A big pickup on Syrup, and great wherewithal, by the way, and a great call by their IGL to sprint towards no bag here. They know they're going to get in a fight over here. They basically get there, bait it out, and then win the team fight. And they should still be able to get Smile out with the AWM that they brought in and plenty of gear as well. They're going to stack him to the gills with everything that he can fit in. But unfortunately, they might not be out of the woods yet. I think if I'm Nim, they've earned so much value here. Yep, they're going to go ahead and send him out. Down goes Smile out of the map. So Ink is going to potentially fight a 3v2, and well, they're going to win it. Currently, Too Easy is shooting nukes on the map right now. This guy's hardly missed a bullet. And it's paying dividends for their kill total and therefore their loot total, while they've also earned the brick. Ink is dominating this map. It is all Widow by himself, and Too Easy going to try to get the two-piece to wrap things up, and he gets it for free.
What a disgusting little angle to find in the middle of the fight. Whilst all that fighting was going on, though, Smile from the team of BM was able to make it out through that backpack extract. So that is still going to be safe and secure in the hands of BM. But yeah, Space City, Ink, the trio that is left alive on the map. They're not going to be able to extract, but it was well worth it for them. Not only do they get the mana brick, but all of the kills, all of the loot they're able to put in their safe box. The assets obtained is going to be just enough to go ahead and keep the steam rolling for them into match number 5. And Goes, now we're going to have multiple teams on that match point as we move things along.
First map of Space City did not disappoint, brother. That was a lot of fun to watch.
No.
It had some very interesting engagements. And I think the first time in Season 4, at the very least, we see the decoding station up by Central Command and printing. It was very fun to watch. It was a totally different landscape, too, with a lot of angles to shoot from. But Ink played those rocks perfectly and executed their game plan near flawlessly, and it paid off dividends for them. They get a ton of kills. They get the brick. They don't get out, but they're able to stock their safe boxes full of dog tags and everything in between. So they're going to go net positive by a lot on total assets. But a big shout out to BM as well, picking up a crazy amount of kills and getting one player out via no bag, including taking out the AWM with them. So well done to BM, really doing a great job in this tourney. But it started here. We had two T3 spawns from it was Syrup and it was CS. CS elected to go all the way up to the north side of the map, while Syrup elected to play for the brick. Now, they get shot pretty early here, but they're able to stabilize back and readdress the fight from a different angle. On the offside, BM and 4M engage mid-map, and BM end up winning that engagement in style. They get the early knock, and they slow push in, just triple chow everything, and they win the gunfight for him out of the lobby first. Now, Grimmy sets up and lines him up and knocks him down, because what you called out, Vivid, first is that Grimmy got here early as the Luna. While his team was grabbing the brick, he got here early, scattered it out, checked that CS was coming, lined him up, and was able to set up a full execution of that team as well. So we lose two teams pretty early in this one, and now is where the fun begins. Syrup is able to wrap out back through printing to address the fight from the right, while NL comes in from the left to try to pinch.
Yeah, just incredible stuff here. The fact that Ink was also getting pinched by effectively 3 teams at one point, and they never seemed to basically even take any damage during any of this, right? Just speaks to how strong that position up there was for them, and how good they just are at it. I mean, look at this. The sightlines were lined up, and that was that one play. This was the big difference maker right there. The fact that that smoke was not down early enough, it obviously gave the sightlines. I mean, the Luna util was also in, so the ping would have came through the smoke anyway, but just slight mistakes that I'm seeing from the team of Syrup right now. And when you have a team like Ink in the server playing to absolute perfection, those little mistakes are just going to be put on absolute display.
Yeah, and then the final fights here around Notepad Extract with BM versus Syrup. Syrup kind of walks into a trap that BM, sets up. They get the full wipe on Syrup, and then as they send one out via Notepad, the two try to stay and fight Ink, and unfortunately, they get punished without much of a fight being given at all. But still a fantastic map for BM, still an amazing map for Ink with a lot of kills, a lot of loot even in the safe boxes, and the Mandel Brick. Big shout out to that squad for what they were able to accomplish. Vivid, I will say this. Yes, they were shooting nukes. Yes, they're shooting so straight. That felt like an experienced diff. That felt like a team that has been scrimming over and over and over again. They probably have done 100 plus scrims, probably more than anybody else in this competition. They knew exactly how to play that decoding station, and everybody else was trying to figure it out as they went, and that experience certainly paid off of it.
Yeah, I was actually going to go ahead and mention a little recap of that map. I feel like that was the best I have ever seen a team play from start to finish, focused around the Mandel Brick, right? When we were talking about the start of that, when the Mandel Brick was actually able to be picked up, they took out what I think was like 3 or 4 total Tempest ults before they even used their own to go ahead and take the initial brick, and then taking it all the way over there. We know how that went. They just held it so well. So from start to finish, I feel like that was the best performance we have seen in a very long time, if not ever.
I totally agree. Very, very clean from Ink. They're going to be back on top. It is going to be Ink and CS as the top 2 teams because of the Mandel Brick. Ink well above CS in total assets, but job not done. We're going to be moving back into map number 5, back onto Space City here very shortly, folks. You're not going to want to miss it. Could be the last map of the day and the last map of Season 4. We'll be right back in just a moment.
Hunter. You failed to duplicate the brick.
Welcome back. Delta Force Global League Season 4 in a finals in Map 4 was another banger. And this time, Inc. was able to get the better of their opponents. And even though they didn't get out of the map, folks, they got the Mantle Brick. They got 9 kills. And they still went positive in total assets here, Vivid.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely incredible stuff. Going positive in assets is going to be entirely backed up by all of those kills. And looking down that kills column, actually, the fact that every single one of the kills that was found during that map was picked up by just 2 teams,
Crazy.
Inc. and BM, just absolutely playing that lobby better than anybody else, which is why, you know, with how many people basically did not extract from that map, they are the only 2 teams to come out with a positive out of that one. Just absolutely ran through the competition. There was Inc. Played it to perfection from start to finish. BM, once again, I mean, you know, they're not the team that is decoding the mana bricks in every single one of these games. They're not the team that's, you know, going for the big objectives or the big key points on the map. But I tell you what, every single time they seem to walk away from one of these maps, no matter what it has been, with something of value. They just continuously find themselves towards the middle of the pack, you know, second, third in assets, everything like that. So, you know, if this thing does come down to a tie, if we do have to look at assets, I would not be surprised if BM was towards the top of those tiebreakers.
Well, yeah, and they're finding not only assets, they're finding kills, man. They're just winning gunfights, and that's the same thing they did in the semifinals. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboard, though. And yes, Syrup may have lost quite a bit of loot value, but even after losing 2 mil, they are still ahead of the pack in total assets, now in third, as they're the only team up there at over 17 mil in the entire lobby, but they don't have a mana brick, so they're going to be third overall. Inc. obviously take the lead. They have 20 kills, more than anybody else by a mile, and they're nearly 13 mil total assets. So a great tournament thus far here for Inc. CS yet to get a kill, but they have the Mantle Brick, which means they're currently a top 2 team. This next map could be everything for them. They need it. They need a good map. They are broke. So is 4M. 5.3 mil going into a Mantle Brick round on Space City late tournament is really hardly any money at all. Some of these teams are carrying almost all of that on one person going into some of these lobbies, especially if they're able to pick up some of these tier 6s, some of these red items off of some of the NPCs on the map. So anyways, Vivid, anything else stand out to you on this leaderboard? I think it's really close in general for third, fourth, but it's going to come down to bricks. And if Inc. goes back to back here, that's all she wrote. And top 2 make the most money.
Yeah, absolutely. We kind of came into match number 4 there, the first of Space City, that second Mandelbrick map, and I was like, hey, listen, we got a team that's on match point. They could end it. That was going to be CS. Being completely honest with you, I do not like how CS are playing at all, right? I feel like they're just getting outmaneuvered around the map. Yeah, sure, on brackets, they were able to pick up that first Mandelbrick, but now that we're going into the next game, and Inc. is kind of that team that could end this right now, now I feel worried for the rest of the competition because, once again, Inc. just played that first Space City so well that I would not be surprised if they were able to go ahead and repeat that and just get back-to-back mana bricks going into this one. Still some life for any of the other teams. I think, the efforts were there. They were trying to push towards the mana brick. Thwarted, of course, by Inc. A lot of opportunity left for sure, but it looks very, very good for Inc. right now. Speaking about the operator pool, we pretty much saw the same exact comp by all of our teams, just a Tempest, a Luna, and a Stinger, right? Those picks are probably all going to come out once again. We saw continuously that map, how valuable Tempest is for every single one of the strategies that all of our teams have implemented. It's just literally about using that ult to try to get onto the initial mana brick and then also the decoding station.
Yeah, it's a great call. Tempest will be run again, I can only imagine. I think everybody's thinking this could be the last round, so we've got to smoke them while we got them, man. You got to pick Tempest here. There's so much value from this operator. And Stingers or Toxics, fantastic for your support. Luna saw a ton of value even on that map as well, just getting some information. So solid picks across the board. Again, these numbers don't change. We've done so many games at this point that we know the metas per map based on where we are in the tournament. It only gets weird in round 6 and 7. We're not quite there yet. Round 5 next. Space City we go. We do it one more time. And if we somehow make it to game 7, our last place team gets to select where they want to go. Can't be Zero Dam, but can be any of the other maps, including Tide Prison, with a Mandel Brick on for round 7, which we saw in EU Finals, which was insane. Certainly still possible. Even though it feels like this is Inc.'s tournament to lose right now, it is still anyone's game. And if you remember what happened during the semifinals for North America, watch out for this Syrup team. I think it might be their time to wake up a little bit and make a big play for the brick again, and this time be successful. But a quick look at the spawns here, Vivid. Break it down for me.
Immediately, my eyes go over to that Syrup team once again. Should be picking up a T1 or a T2 spawn in this game. Taking a look at some of the options for the T3 teams. I was trying to see if, maybe we saw Inc. over there. I do not see Inc. over there. I think we got a mix-up here of some of the team names. But, Syrup going to be available on some of those T1 teams. Should be very, very interesting to see if they do get one. And if they do, what they can actually do with it. Because I still feel like they are one of the strongest teams in this competition.
Yeah, I totally agree. I'll be very curious to see what the spawns look like. But only time will tell. The players are loading into the lobby, folks. I want to hear from you, chat. Do you think it's over here? Does Inc. or CS take this brick and end this tournament in 5? Or is it going to go to game 6 or 7? Type it in the chat. I want to hear from you. I'll be looking back on it after our delays and see what you all think. Vivid, I ask you the same question. Is it over here?
Is it over here?
Yeah, do you think this is the last map?
I don't know.
Oh, come on. Give me a gander. What do you think?
Dude, nah, I don't think it is. I think Syrup is finally going to show us what they have. I think they're going to be the ones that get that T1 spawn. I think they're going to be the first ones to the mana bracket, and I think they're going to control it for the entirety of the game like we saw Inc. do in the first Space City.
All right. You heard it from Vivid. Not over yet. I'm not so convinced, but a quick look and oh my goodness. I told you this fight from Dormitory and Westgate can be very quick. And speaking of quick, Syrup is off the map. Did they get T1 spawn? Yes, they did. Are they dead instantaneously? Yes, they are. BM, the slayers of this lobby, continue to surprise us by wiping Syrup within a blink of an eye.
I don't know who just said they thought Syrup was going to win, but man, did they curse the heck out of them, huh? Anyway, let's just move on very, very quickly. BM here going to be off to a hot start there. 3 kills over towards Westgate. Taking a look towards the middle. Actually, let's not take a look towards the middle just yet. Let's take a look towards Central Command Building. Our leading team right now, Inc., is probably going to get held up here on the rotation. They are well aware of the 4M team that's off to the right towards Employee Passages. that team alone is going to make it very, very hard for them to cross the bridge. But I also was kind of looking towards the CS team. I think the CS team was also looking towards the bridge, but a team from the middle could also potentially be trying to stop that rotation from happening. And as we kind of take a look towards this fight that'll probably be happening at some point, Inc. themselves are actually interested in preventing the rotation over on employee passage from happening as well. So a little bit of a stalemate right now, but 10 seconds until the mana brick is able to be grabbed.
Crazy start to this map. Vivid, I told you, that fight off rip, if you go fast enough, I don't even think our observers were flying over there when they loaded in. They couldn't even get there fast enough. That's how fast that fight was. Another fight on hand, though. Loco is able to take down one member of CS. That's Muo down. Zomo goes for the brick and can't quite get it. And actually, I thought somebody had an off angle. Nope. It was the boss's auto takes. That's brutal. Oh,
Is brutal indeed. Slep tries to go for it as well. Diamond has that little bit of an angle that you were talking about. I was able to go ahead and pick that one up. So Null and Void there on 3 total Tempest ults used. Nobody able to go ahead and pick that one up yet. And now Crisp still trying to prioritize the rest of the map here, trying to see when those rotations are going to come in from the northern side of things. And now we're just going to go ahead and play the waiting game and wait for everybody to go ahead and get their Tempest ults back before they start to run towards the middle. The fact that nobody has taken out the boss here in the middle is very, very scary for the rest of this map. And, you know, everybody's chances to go ahead and pick up that mana break. Usually, in fact, in the last game, we saw somebody immediately take out the boss. So, with a non-factor in the last game, this one is definitely going to play a part.
Yeah, the auto take.
Oh, there you go.
A kill and CS pick up a kill. It won't go to the stat sheet, but it's a kill nonetheless. Down our boss. Open up the mid map a little bit. Diamond's still guarding the ramp on the backside, making sure they don't get flanked. But they don't have the brick yet at this decoding station on the opposite side. They're going to guard this backside ramp, and potentially it looks like CS is actually setting up, if they can get to the brick with Tempest, it actually looks like they're going to take it indoors. Expect them to go right back where they were and get indoors and plant in our very infamous hallway over this street. Let's see what they decide to do. It's looking like that's going to be the case.
Remember, CS is the other team. CS and Inc. are the 2 teams that have a mana brick captured already. So this could be the team that ends it right here. They do have control of it, and they're actually maybe looking to make a similar play that Inc. did last game, but please don't do that. We've got the bird's eye view, man. If they go ahead and go for that one, they will definitely meet an early demise here. 4 minutes to kind of work with before they actually run towards a decoding station. I think the information play is kind of coming out. They're looking towards the bridge. They're trying to see if somebody is holding them here. Little do they know, there is somebody there, but then there's also somebody on the other side of employee passage. Oh, gosh, this is about to be so bad.
I think they just don't know where to go. I think they can't decide. It looks
they're trying to go to that decode station.
Yeah, it's the same decode that Inc. did last time. But 4M's just sitting on it. Oh, this is about to be brutal.
Yeah, I can't watch. Don't make me watch.
Oh, they're pinged. They
actually know. Dude, why would you dart?
I don't know, man. I'm worried, though. CS is in a blender right now. They cannot figure out where to take this brick, and SNK is going to get really active, takes the high ground position.
Yeah.
Completely just jump up on high, take one down from CS. It almost looked like CS was trying to plant in our famous alleyway, but they just realized they were on the wrong side of the map. This is the eastern side, not the western side. This is the eastern bridge, not the western bridge. And now they're in trouble. It's going to be a 3v2. They've got ramp position. And they're going to leave the brick. The brick is on the ground with the player that just got eliminated. It's Muo on yellow. And they just got to leave him. Oh, this is hard to watch, man.
Yeah. No set plan. I mean, they were just back and forth. Think about how fast Inc. made a push over towards that decoding station once they picked it up. And just the delay here. Like you mentioned, they did look like they were trying to go to decoding stations that just don't exist. But 4M played the patient game. They sit around. They just didn't move all spawn, and it ends up panning out for them. They find 1 kill from it and potentially control over the mana brick. But now Ink is trying to make a sneaky little play. They're trying to split up their forces. One player is through Central Command and going over towards the sand side, and the other 2 are still kind of hanging out towards that bridge. A big opportunity there for them to flank, and the ping
nice
comes out. SNK absolutely shreds Crisp now. Now the push comes through. They're feeling it now. This is the team that needed to pick it up, and they've done just that to start match number 5.
A huge team wipe. CS go down. One of the teams that could end the tournament right here get fully eliminated and give a brick to 4M. Now, reminder, a timer that we haven't talked about in a while since top of show. We call it the torch timer. You have 1 minute and 30 seconds to take this mantle brick and put it into a decoding station. If they do not do that, it will go back to spawn in mid-map.
I think with the way that this is being played right now, I would not be surprised if we did see that exact thing happen. I mean, 1 minute left, and they seem to be interested in simply looting right now. So I think it will return, and then what happens after that? Ink, the team in the lead right now, have yet to make their way to the center of the map. They have not gotten involved whatsoever. I think they're kind of waiting to see how the mana brick ends up panning out, because they want to be in a good position to essentially go to any of the decode station depending on what team gets it and where they decide to go. And look at this, SNK is actually making a play towards the decoding station right now. He's using the Tempest ult to go ahead and get involved. He clears his corners, does not clear close right. It's fine. Tempest ult is going to go ahead and save him. And he didn't actually have the Mando brick on him. He dropped it before going down. I thought he was trying to go ahead and decode, but that was actually a little bit of an information play coming out, it looks like. So
he checked every corner besides the one he needed to. That's just a bummer. That's just unlucky. Luckily, or skillfully rather, uses the Tempest correctly. He's able to back up, but the Mana Brick will respawn mid-map, folks.
Oh.
Smile able to find an angle on 4M too, and yeah, with the able to find RDG, get the knock and the full. Mana Brick respawns. BM, I believe, has grabbed it.
Oh, he didn't.
Oh,
his
no, they
Tempest
didn't.
ult ran out.
Oh my gosh. Another timer. I think he actually went early is what happened. It takes a second for the brick to actually pop up out of the decoding station and be available to grab. Or sorry, out of the spawn point and be available to grab. He goes early, runs out of time. And then NL comes in late and grabs it with their Tempest ult. What in the world? And this is what I thought was going to happen when CS grab it. They run it indoors and we play our hallway. It's time for some CQB fights. NL now in charge. What in the world is this map? This is wild.
Important timer to keep note of is the overall match timer. There's only 8 minutes remaining right now. And, you know, if this first initial decode goes not as far down as it possibly can without getting captured, and then it swaps hands like 2 times after that, I don't think anybody is going to end up with this brick. So a lot is going to start to come into play here that we have not seen before. Timers are going to play a big part of this. Ink is now rotating out of Central Command. They're not going across employee passage, probably because they're afraid of making that rotation. So they're going over towards assembly room and printing room. I guess they're going to go for that eastern suspension bridge and then, yeah, go to the front of Black Chamber to try to get there. I mean, they definitely have enough time for this, but again, this is one of those things where we've seen plays made for the brick before, but because the plays that they make just take so long that when they get there, they basically have 1 chance or like 0 room to really work with to make it actually happen. So a little bit worried about that.
Oh, nice fuel there for 4M, finding some nice reds. But all eyes on the brick. BM looking to try to open things up with an entry frag. And NL gonna have to back off, knowing they're outnumbered up top. But information having been gained, you know a team's above you, you're gonna push down below. And get that info over to your team. There's a couple different modes of thinking, and actually you see Zomo able to spot them through the window as well. A couple different modes of thinking when it comes to this Mandelbrick decoding station near Vivid. It is CQB, but you also have to get the information before 3 teams show up at the same time on your doorstep. One thing we've learned watching these competitions, you can't hide in the closet, that's for sure, because you're going to get incendiaried if there's a looter on the map, or just frags or otherwise. But Articuno's got a sneaky little position, gets a lot of them weak, but takes some fire in his own right. Doesn't have any backup, so not going to get paid for it. But at least gets 3 weak and makes them think twice about pushing down right now. 4M now playing a third party on the low side, and Loco's very sure that they are here. So there's going to be a fight on low with Zomo, or sorry, Loco. And a fight inside potentially with 4M, depending on if they drop down or not.
Yeah, Inc. have now joined the fight as well. They're on the outside of Black Chamber, and look at that. Grimmy is instantly going to find two kills instantly as soon as they show up to the party here. Let's not forget, Mandelbrick is still the priority. BM, they jump on it. They get the decode in, and now 4M, they jump on it. They start to get the decode. 2.5 minutes separates the Mandelbrick clock and the match clock as the door gets shut on his own teammate. It's not going to play a factor, though, and now 4M are in control of this.
Yeah, and I'm going to be honest, that rotation from Inc. was flawless. The problem for the other teams with that rotation is that everybody thought the backside on low in front of Black was clear. They thought there's nobody else behind us. No way, right? We saw Inc. on north side on Central Command, but because they took such a big wrap and they did it fast, they get over here and get 2 free kills on NL. NL now down to a solo, and those bodies are basically not going to be able to be recovered. NL started all of this, but NL's not going to finish it. It's just Loco as a solo inside, laying prone and hoping something comes his way for free.
This has been so valuable for the side of BM. Shout out to Smile for picking up multiple kills across multiple games, able to continuously extract with it and utilize it from game to game here. And again, it's probably going to play a factor here as well. As you can see, the anchor player for 4M, the team currently in control of the Mandelbrick, is playing a little bit off and trying to play a little bit one of those passive angles. Inc., I now see, has moved into the building. They are completely committed to the inside of Black Chamber right now. And the it sees the legs, but maybe the Shepherdall is disorienting, and it's a little bit different for us than it is for Smile here. I don't know. Looked like a clear shot was available on our side of things. Probably not the case for Smile. He has been hitting those shots pretty clean today.
Yeah,
but Inc.,
I trust him.
Uh-oh. Dude, this is crazy.
4M still on decode, by the way. 70 seconds. Very strong trigger discipline from Smile. Waiting on an overpeak.
This is the last chance to get that brick back. We cannot...
Remember, BM also is going to be a team that's interested in going for this Mandelbrick. The Tempestall is going to be popped by Slept here. He's trying to run in, but the Mollies are in. The Util is in, but I think he got on it anyway. He did get on it, but whilst he was stealing the Mandelbrick, Too Easy found his teammate. Smile and the go down off to the side. Now, Inc., again, they understand that there's multiple teams here. They're not trying to overcommit just yet. 4M, they go ahead. They jump back on the Mandelbrick. They are now in control of this again. The next time this Mandelbrick is stolen, it will be a 90-second timer, and it will be like that for the rest of the game. Loco picks up kills all. That's huge.
Loco as a solo surprises one member of Inc. and gets the full, by the way. Inc. down to a duo. We've got 2 teams of 2. Loco by himself playing spoiler. And a full team of 3. 4M from the bottom of the leaderboard currently decoding at 90 seconds. But it's a great shout. It's going to be 90 seconds for the rest of this time. And we only have 2.5 minutes on the clock.
Oh my.
Peek over the top. Perfect lineup. Perfect cut down. BM get another knock on SNK. And this will allow them to get their res. BM's going to be back to a trio. But we are running out of daylight on the game clock.
Yeah, I honestly, the way this is going, I don't know if anybody is going to walk away with a Mandelbrick decode in this current match. BM is still a trio right now. 4M is still trying to defend the Mandelbrick, and the Inc. efforts have been thwarted by the solo of Loco, who, by the way, is still alive and is still threatening that same exact angle. Now, BM and Co. They try to drop down. They're trying to prioritize going towards this brick. They see that finally they're knocking him in, so they know that they have the advantage when it comes down to the numbers. They're trying to go for the peak. Smile does so, but his return fire is absolutely incredible. 30 seconds now on the mana break. You have to get on it right now within 4 seconds to make sure you have enough time to even decode it. The shots are coming in from BM, but it doesn't matter. RDG is defending the mana break on top of it. The decoding station. Loco now jumps in, finally goes ahead and picks up the kill, and the decoding is completely interrupted. 4M do not get it because they all went down, and because of the time left in the match, nobody is going to claim the mana break in match number 5.
Insane work from the solo of Loco to commit to the chaos, jump in when bullets are flying everywhere and picking up several kills. Nobody could get the steal. Killskull is going to grab it just for posterity's sakes. This does get you, I believe, a bit of cash, by the way, according to the rulebook from the resupply. It's not a ton. About the same as a kill. And Loco's going to get it back. But this does not matter. Nobody will get the brick at this point. Loco has done a fantastic job of just keeping chaos up on the map so nobody can get the brick and they can keep playing. And Ink got here at the right time. They just couldn't push through. Loco's going to try to 1v2, not going to be able to do it. Ink last 2 on the map. Ink with a sizable amount of kills from that game, but no one gets the brick.
Nobody gets the brick. Nobody extracts at all. The is going to be lost from the side of BM. Going to be pretty much just a full reset here of match number 5. And how crazy was that? I mean, straight up, the initial brick, it ends up getting reset. It ends up respawning back. I went ahead and mentioned it. It was 8 minutes before the mana brick found its way over to a decoding station. And because of the way that the timers work, man, you just don't have enough time to go ahead and work with there for anybody to go ahead and secure the mana brick. But hey, listen, if you're Ink, if you're CS, you're feeling good about that, because the fact that nobody else is getting bricks, I mean, yeah, sure, you would like to double up yourself, but if nobody else is getting bricks, they're not really contesting you on the leaderboard at all. So the lead is still maintained by Ink and by CS when it comes down to those mana bricks.
Yeah, it's a really good breakdown. Let's look back on that replay on that map, because there was a lot of weird moments, and there was a lot of Tempest ults that were thwarted by, well, bullets. CS was able to trade out one. Ink was nowhere to be seen. They were waiting on somebody to steal it. But CS does eventually grab the brick. Now, this is where things got a little bit weird. They couldn't figure out where they wanted to go with it. They were like, well, maybe we want to go up to Central Command and Printing. Maybe we want to go over towards Black Site. Oh, wait, you have to go inside for that. We're not going over there. And they just got caught in the crossfire of 4M, who were just basically camping the top decode station. 4M, show us what they're worth. Reminder, they might have had a good finals thus far, but they're finally showing us how they got here. They qualified through open and semis as a very solid team, and they put on a bit of a show, but then Smile opened it back up, found an angle. Mana brick full reset. So NL says, well, I guess we'll take that for free. Thank you very much. And they run straight indoors and plant it downstairs in our hallway. Now, this one, very difficult to hold. And Articuno tried to play a little hop up here. If he would have gotten a knock there, maybe they had a chance. But then this brick exchanged hands too many times to count. A steal after steal after steal. We get to minimum timer, and it was just utter chaos in this hallway with smokes galore.
This kill as well, right? Everybody is trying to favor that little bit of a sneaky jump up that definitely catches a lot of people off guard, because it's not one that's utilized a lot. I'm sure all these players know that it's a possibility, but the experience is, you don't see it often. And I mean, listen, MVP of kind of saving the match here, or the competition from just being probably ended by Ink, has got to be Loco. I mean, this guy just kept finding kills off to the side, outside, on the front of Black Chamber, right? Ink was trying to poise up multiple times to go ahead and push towards that mana break, but the solo, man, the ratty little solo, finding the angles, finding the kills to go ahead and just stop them in their tracks.
Yeah, that was wild. I will also tip my hat. We've been kind of ragging on him a little bit. RDG actually spun and 180 snapped onto a couple folks and picked up like a triple kill on the decoding station. So 4M was picking up a lot of kills there in mid. This will certainly help out their total score, folks. It is still anyone's ball game, but only 2 teams with a mantle break as we move on to map 6. Only Ink and only CS could end it here in map 6 on our potential last map of Space City, and potential last map of this tournament, folks. It's getting a little spicy. You're not going to want to miss this next round. It could be our last.
Gizmo, we've conducted a risk-benefit analysis of pursuing Saeed. His father believed he would grow into a fine hunter, and his subordinates are convinced they can accomplish change in Asaro by following him. Reese mocks his naivete, while Havoc deems him a significant threat. Our superiors have issued the following directive. Saeed's active vendetta against Havoc, who destroyed his village and people therein, presents an opportunity worth exploiting.
It's Saeed! Rest in peace. Farewell. The hunt has begun. Check your gear. No mistakes. Crush them.
Got it, boss! On the way!
Cover me. Hold formation.
Nice moves, boss!
Enough chatter. Move out.
Let's go! Hold on! Go, go, go!
Coding station.
Welcome back, Delta Force Global League Season 4 in a finals, and here is our game leaderboard, and that is right. If you somehow missed a invigorating game, frankly, no one got the Mandel Brick. We ran out of game time with how many times they exchanged hands and even respawned back at its original spawn point. So taking a look at our leaderboard, Vivid, you called it out. Not one person was able to extract. So not a lot of motion on our leaderboard. Plus 2 mil for 4M based on the kills that they picked up and what was in their safe boxes, and minus 2 mil from Syrup, who just unfortunately got cut down right at spawn.
Yeah, I was really looking forward to 4M actually being able to pick up that mana break there. It looked like they had control over it for a majority, or at least for enough time to go ahead and secure it, but we all know how that one ended up panning out, and Yeah, I mean, just a very tough game for any of our teams that were trying to go ahead and fight for the mana brick. Finally, though, I think that for us as viewers, and for me and you guys, you know, the cool thing to kind of see here is that everybody now on the map is 100% playing for those mana bricks, right? They are trying to go ahead and keep that as a priority. Bad match for Syrup, one of the teams that we've been talking about a lot, is some of our favorites. We thought they were going to do well in some of these games. Ended up going down very, very early on. Got word that it was actually due to some lineups coming out off spawn towards that Westgate side of things. So tough luck there. Some preparation being done by some of our teams to go ahead and knock out one of the top teams and keep them kind of thwarted. But because of how that match went, nobody picked up the mana brick there in match number 5. We're going to be going into match number 6 with just 2 total mana bricks secured. That's going to be Ink and Chopsticks now. And man, Chopsticks, dude, we gotta do something about the kill column, dude. I gotta see something happen.
Look, they're playing OBJ. It's fine, man. They're playing objective. They've got a brick. They're a top 2 team right now. They're going to be making a lot of cash. You never know what happens in this next one. Hey, they went for the brick. They were the first ones to touch the brick last time. Let's see if they can do it again. Yeah. Potentially our last Space City map. Looking at the scores here, by the way, unfortunately, because of some issues there, an unfortunate just fight at the very beginning, Syrup has gone down another 2 mil. So they go down almost 4 mil in 2 maps. They have finally dropped out of the top looted assets category, total assets rather category, with BM surging forward to over 18 mil now. Without a brick, but 18 kills and 18 mil. Ink still far and away the most in the slaying category at 24 kills, but they also lost out on a decent amount of value down to 14 mil, but still at the top of the leaderboard because of Mandel Brick. So still a lot on the line, still anybody's game, certainly. But again, it's going to be the same story from the last map, just on repeat, because that one was just about a wash for everybody besides, I believe it was 4M. So take a look at our operators here, Vivid. Talk to me about what you're seeing. Things finally begin to shift up in terms of meta. Yet again, though, I've seen this in the past. It didn't see it in open quals or semis because Ink slammed everybody in 4 games. But I've seen this in the past from this team. We saw this in EU region. They have saved a Tempest operator because it was not make or break for them in the last round. Now they're the only team with a Tempest, which is going to be a huge value add for them going into this round.
Yeah, I really, really like that out of them. Shout out to them, right? A little sneaky play here to pick up operators that weren't necessarily the ones that, you know, could find a ton of value there on Space City. That is going to be very, very valuable. They're definitely going to have an edge up having that Tempest available. But I was actually looking towards the rest of the row there for Ink, and it seems like they just went a complete off-meta comp there, because if you take a look at it, they still have a Luna available, they still have a Tempest available, and they still have a Toxic available as well. So they pretty much can just go in with the best comp, the one that all of these other teams are wishing that they probably had going into this game, or every single mana brick game. So shout out to Ink there, because that is very, very cool to see. And now when we take a look at the other 5 teams, they're going to have to kind of come up with something to kind of make their way towards some of these decoding stations, right? Or that initial mana break. It's going to be hard when it seems like a lot of these teams just centralize their entire strategy around using the Tempest stall, and then after that, they don't really know what to do. Now, their whole game, they're seemingly not going to know what to do. Obviously, fingers crossed, they have some backup plans. They know it can come to this, and they know exactly how they're going to want to play it. But yeah, not looking good, and looking very good for Ink because of that little play that they pulled out.
Yeah, and they went Alluru Shepherd Stinger, by the way, in the last round. So definitely double engineer comp is a little bit off meta comparatively. They've got a nice advantage with the comp. They're going to have a nice advantage with the loot they're bringing in, and obviously an advantage with already having a mana brick. Watch out for Ink on the map. Going to be less smokes, obviously a lot less Tempest ults, and I think it's going to be a lot more fun than the last map, if that's even possible. Our last chance at Space City, potentially, and if somehow, some way, CS or Ink do not pick up a brick here, then we go to Game 7, and our team in last gets to select a map between Brackish Tide Prison or Space City. We've got our spawns all squared away, so let's take a look at it. And Vivid, you can talk about it. The main one here, obviously, that's a bummer for Syrup is that they had T1 spawn last time. Just unfortunately, they got lined up by BM, so they won't get T1 spawn this time around, which means they won't risk that happening again necessarily. But also, it means it's going to be a little bit more difficult to get to the brick.
Another one of the teams that seemingly cannot get that T1 spawn is going to be Chopsticks. So that's one of the teams, of course, that could or probably would very well like to have that, so that way they can have the best chance at kind of ending the competition here if they're able to pick up that second mana break. My eyes are going to be peeled towards Ink, though, at the start of this game. The fact that a T1 spawn is on the table for them here, if they get to the center of the map with that meta comp, right, that little bit of an edge up in terms of operators and positioning, man, it's going to be hard to take them down.
Yeah, I totally agree. I'm very excited to see what happens on this map, and I'm taking a look off screen to some of the loadouts some of these players are bringing in as well, and there's only a couple players that have any tier 5 gear or any gold gear left. I'm going to go ahead and name a couple of them. Zomo from NL coming in with gold gear. And it looks like Too Easy coming in with a gold helmet. And then one player from 4M coming in with gold gear. That's it. Everybody downgraded to tier 4 down to purple because you can only buy one armor selection pack, helmet selection pack per game, and they are out. That's SNK, by the way, from 4M. That'll be in gold. But keep that in mind. Those individual players may have a small advantage in some of these fights. We'll see if that actually pays off or if it's just a moniker that we can add to their tag going into the loadout, even if they get slammed.
All right, here we go. Match number 6. Are we going to end it here? Are we going to go to the infamous match number 7? Taking a look at the spawns here off rip. Ink is actually going to be the team on Westgate. And look at this. NL is trying to nade them off rip. Arnacuno with salsa and nades in. The shots are trying to fly in. And they do find a knock.
A knock here and a knock there. Take a look at the top right-hand corner of the map. Syrup is getting some revenge. They early knocked one member of BM as well, and they're flying at their opponents. Enacting revenge on map 6 is crazy. We're going to try to keep a tag on both of these fights because they're both extremely important. Ink, they've left theirs to die. Yellow timer, they've backed way off to a piece of cover as Articuno does get the full. And now going to play nice and slow here. They've got an advantage. They don't want to give it away. Off screen, BM also leaving theirs to potentially bleed out.
Yeah, and I got word, actually, for anybody at home that was wondering. That's pretty much exactly what happened to Syrup in that last game, right? We saw them go down very, very early on at Westgate, and it was on the back of utility lineups that took them all out. And they didn't take out the entirety of Ink, but that effectively does exactly just that. I mean, losing a member is so important in these competitions. They're trying to go ahead and hold, see if they can get something working their way, see if they can maybe work towards that res. But taking a second to go ahead and take a look at how the rest of the map is kind of shaping up. Syrup, after picking up that initial knock onto BM, they rotate back over towards the eastern suspension bridge. We've seen them over here multiple times, so they're kind of used to this. And those strong positions in the middle, remember, they're not necessarily that strong here, because none of these teams have Tempest. They can't use Tempest ults from inside of these buildings to go get that mana brick. So they're going to have to work their way towards that mana brick if they want it some other which way. Uh-oh. Flank from that eastern bridge has Syrup finding 2 kills. That's going to be on to CS, another strong team that has a mana brick captured in this competition already. So a great rotation from Syrup right now. They are finding a res right now, but the pressure is trying to find its way in as Hodsake, Equal, and Nowhere get the re-knock onto Crisp. Now there is only one member remaining, a 3v1. Equal has the information, can hear Diamond running. If Diamond runs up these stairs, they're effectively not going to get this kill. And yeah, as soon as he hears him start to go up in verticality, he's like, yeah, no, it's chopped. Can't go for that anymore.
That's a nice aggressive push. I thought they were going to wrap further around, but once they found the angle on CS and got the knock, it made a lot more sense to take a much shorter pass straight to the brick and through CS. They're able to get it no problem now, as CS was the only one kind of keeping this push from the right-hand side. The only team that actually could have looked at this based on the minimap is 4M. They're inside waiting on something. I'm not sure what. I think they probably heard the fight with Ink and NL and are holding that angle instead. So the brick gets grabbed. And now Diamond is by himself, sniper in hand, trying to find an angle on a full team of 3 and be the hero that CS has been desperately needing. Not a kill to their name. He's looking for their first. And unfortunately misses the shot, so he's going to have to head back upstairs. And Syrup says, okay, we don't care about this anymore. We're going to get to the decoding station ASAP.
Nice. Love this. This is going to be the same location that we saw in that last map, this black chamber decoding station. Nowhere, Equal, and Hodsake. They're still aware of that solo that is above them, and it kind of kind of stinks for them that there is that player above them, because we've seen multiple times this black chamber player love to go up on that staircase, love to kind of hold the CEO push and everything like that. So that position alone by Diamond is kind of suffocating the team of Syrup right now. I'm surprised they haven't just kind of made an absolute incredible push to go ahead and take that player out, so that way they have a little bit more room to work with.
And I talked about this when we were talking through the operators on Space City. I was talking about Toxic, obviously being the next best choice outside of our main meta. But other than that, it's Allurers all day. And we have 4 teams with an Allure on the map. We're going to have so many Incendiaries going to be thrown. 4 Allurers, 5 Toxics. A lot of zoning off techniques, a lot of zoning off utility from both of these 2 operators. And because of that, this indoor Mandelbrick decoding station is going to be brutal to deal with for anybody, even Syrup, who have possession of it right now, because there's going to be so much util thrown directly into that hallway. Good luck getting in there and not dying.
Love that from Syrup. They did actually manage to push up the staircase like I was talking about to go ahead and secure themselves a little bit more room to work with. So well done for them. They are playing super, super well. Diamond's actually trying to make a move towards the outside and potentially go for a res here. This is going to be near impossible. The boss is alive in the middle. I would not be surprised if one of these tanks started to roll its way over here. And as I say that, SNK is actually going to play a little bit of a savior here and make this res just a little bit more comfortable by killing the boss in middle. So Diamond's actually going to go ahead and pick up this res here. But oh my gosh, as we're talking about that, goes, look at this. NL worked their way through CEO. And I'm not going to lie, I should have had a free kill on Equal right there. But either the ladder or the aim from Articuno just completely saved him.
Yeah, that was a rough miss, unfortunately, but they're all through alive. Everything's okay. I will say a smart play from Diamond to skip one body on the ground and go to the furthest one, because actually you saw that Syrup actually tracked him outside, but wasn't going to over chase there to get the full team wipe. So they know he's out there, and they know he's probably getting at least one res. They covered the closer one, but not the further.
Take a look at the map right now. Ink, that duo, is actually playing on top of the bridge. So I'm not entirely sure if they're going to even look to be interested in playing for this mana break. They are quite a ways away, but we've seen them play pretty passive towards some of these early decodes, kind of hoping that some of the other teams go ahead and contest it to give them just a little bit more room to work with. And look, the push comes in for NL right now. They want to start to make something happen towards this mana break, and the ratting is happening. No. BM here. Widow is trying to play that little rat spot, but does not find the shots he needs to go ahead and support it. So 4M and BM are going to be fighting over here. And as that happens, NL actually goes ahead and takes the mana break as Celeb tries to make something happen. But SNK is going to be making quick work of him. And the jump comes out there as well. A 2-piece for SNK is going to keep their match rolling. Man, it seems like just an absolute switch flip for this team. After, like, what was it? Prison. They've just been on a roll. They've been finding the kills that they need. They've been playing so well when it comes down to the gunfights. But again, Syrup somehow, some way, did lose control of the mana break. I thought they had enough Uto, and I thought they had enough position to go ahead and defend that one. But NL sneak in, and they steal it. And, you know, as I say that, Syrup does just that right back to them.
Yeah, in the midst of that chaos, exchange hands a couple times, but Syrup back in possession. We got plenty of time on the clock this time because the mana break didn't respawn. A little less than 3 minutes. Game timer's at 10. We know where NL is on the high side. Equal plays hoping there's an overpeak here. Maybe gets a read that 4M's close. And you're right, 4M is completely flipped a switch. This is much more akin to what we saw in the semifinals and open quals from this roster. No more clowning on them. They are crushing it right now in these team fights and taking down some of the heaviest hitters in the lobby. BM had been on a tear, and they get completely thwarted by positioning and gunfights. Oh, perfect timing for the AWM to get a ton of value. Equal plays. One of his 2 bullets connects and drops a player on the side of NL.
Great shot there from Equal. Remember, that's the that they picked up on Zero Dam. They finally bring it out here in match number 6, and it is scary to go ahead and push that because so many teams could be around here, which is why they're not going for that knock. They're just going to go ahead and take the timing that they have, right? It's going to take that team some time to find that res, which is going to allow this decode to just drop a little bit further in time. And I was worried about this Ink team. I was like, man, they could potentially end up playing spoiler here for Syrup's position, because if you look at they're kind of pushing this corner here, which is completely visible to Bridge.
Yeah.
But now that I see Syrup, they keep looking outside, so I think they are fully aware of the Ink position.
3 teams about to converge on it. By the way, Ink lost Grimmy, who's on Luna, so Ink has hardly any information comparatively. They're running Support, and they're running Tempest as the other two. The only info they're going to get is from their eyes. 60 seconds on the clock. 4M playing just outside the bulletproof glass. Peeking inside, trying to figure out how do we address this fight. And we're getting wrecked by all types of utility. Engineers seeing some solid value on the opposite side to hold this narrow hallway. Podsick electing to stay just inside the nook on the left with his team. Somebody's got to peek, and hopefully one Incendiary doesn't land at the right time. Loco comes over and plays spoiler to 4M. 4M do steal the decode and restart it, but nearly all of 4M are out of this lobby. A single solo alive, proned out. SNK, the one player that brought in gold, still alive for his team, as the full team of 3 of Syrup are on the opposite cubby, waiting their turn, and pops up SNK, and down goes SNK. A game of whack-a-mole, and 4M, unfortunately, are the moles this time around. Out of this lobby, and NL get a free steal.
I really like how Syrup just completely halted everything right there, and they're hiding in that little, like, closet over there. They didn't make any noise. They knew a crazy fight was about to go down. They didn't want to lose anybody, so they just stopped, and they're going to wait to kind of see how this one plays out. They don't obviously know this, we do, but they're kind of expecting that there's some players that haven't necessarily joined this fight yet, and if they're thinking that, they would be absolutely correct. Still the Ink duo and the CS duo, both teams having a Mandel Brick captured so far, are just waiting in the wings. They're waiting until the very last second to kind of make their mark on this match. And right now, it's obvious because NL has control of the Mana Brick, but because of the positioning of everything right now, I think NL has got to be my favorite to win this because...
Yeah.
I mean, I think Syrup is just going to get pinched here by Ink.
I also just... I know it's their only play right now because they saw Ink on the outside. I just really don't like hiding in that cubby, in that closet. One well-placed Allure Incendiary and you're all cooked, literally.
Oh boy, watch this. Too easy might walk. Oh my god, the door's closed. They closed the door. It doesn't look like there's anybody in there.
30 seconds though. We're running out of daylight.
The scary thing is though, is that as soon as Killzall shoots here, they're gonna pop out of that door because they have to. There's only 20 seconds left. And they're gonna run into Too Easy here, who hopefully... Oh man, this is scary timing. They have to go now.
18 seconds.
I mean, somebody has to go now.
Hello,
yeah, they go
to the
now.
Party. The door is open, but there's only 10 seconds on the clock to go for the steal. Tempest ult is out. Will they find any value for it? No. Inel's gonna get the brick. Nobody can get
Oh my gosh.
Hotsick's trying to jump it. 3 seconds.
Hotsick's on it.
2, 1.
He got it. He got it. And they wiped him.
It pays off. They wiped the whole lobby besides one member of CS. Chris finally on the board. Chris going huge. They don't have a single kill until this map, but this might be the only kill that matters. CS get this entire wipe, and they get the brick. They win this lobby, Vivid. It is a 1v1 for all the marbles for CS, and it is a 1v1 to save the game and force us to game 7 for Syrup.
Crisp has a freaking Uzi, seemingly so off of a scav, with blue ammo. It does not look good. Equal on the other side of things has gold ammo, completely meta M7, but the armor is a factor. Look at the armor on the HUD down there. He almost has no armor left. I was talking about how maybe the blue ammo would play a factor right there, but it's probably not going to because it doesn't look like Equal has any armor necessarily. And what a great shot! Equal hits the shot, hits the snipe. Chris goes down, and oh my gosh, Killzall still alive? How? I thought everybody died.
Killzall's on the backside.
Oh my gosh.
It's not over. Equal doesn't know
he whiffed. He whiffed.
The trigger discipline when it matters most. And now it's a true 1v1. I'm about to stand up and jump around my room. Here's the opportunity yet again. Can't find the connection. There's 5 seconds. He's got to jump the brick, but the incendiary's on it. He's going to go over the top. He's got a second or two, but
yes!
he's going to reach out.
Wow!
Perfect chow at the perfect time. A millisecond away from the retake, but it wouldn't have mattered. Equal plays, ice in the veins, calm, cool, and collected. And the first mistake from Inc. We still have a game, and we are somehow, some way going to Game 7.
That 60 seconds was insane. To open the door of the closet, take out Too Easy, literally run through the fire and flames that was on the ground, lay down on the mana brick and steal it with like 1 second remaining. And whilst all that's happening, I don't know who it was from Syrup, but they took out the entirety of NL, who was in a favorable position. They were a full trio, and then they just all of a sudden just died. I blinked. I looked top right. There was like 10 lines of people dying, and I was like, oh my gosh, it's a 1v1 between Crisp and Equal, and I thought that was it. I thought that was the rest of the lobby. Equal wins it. He hits the snipe, and I'm like, oh, that's it. They got the mana brick. And then he starts looking around, and I'm like, wait a minute. I see red. Killzall was alive, man, that whole time. And that whiff, a little bit of a whiff. He shot just a little bit too early. Equal gets away.
Back. Killzall goes down here. And this is where the utter chaos ensued. Oh, Tempest. He was on Tempest.
Yep.
Oh my gosh. So he's on the backside over here. And right there, I think if he's somewhat just a hair more patient, he gets that kill and wins the tournament. And he just barely whiffed, got a little bit too antsy. Is seriously one of the first mistakes we've seen from Inc. thus far in a true gunfight. And because of that, Equal plays perfectly, fights in and out, takes a bit of damage, backs up, knowing that he has the advantage of the timer. We'll look back at it on replays, but golly, man, what a map. And big shout out to CS. I mean, I thought our guy was about to do it with the blue Uzi. I thought he was about to do God's work on Game 6 with a blue Uzi. He was knocking him down, but couldn't quite get them all. That was crazy.
I mean, he got a kill, right? Like, Chris got a kill, and in the top right, I was looking at the image that shows the gun that he got the kill with, and it was an Uzi, and I was so confused, man. I was like, what? Dude, they must have been down so bad, or like been fighting so much that he just ran out of ammo or something and had to pick up a... Oh my god, I know what it was. This is crazy. I remember watching Equal, who had the mana brick at the start of the match. He was running back. Remember, Syrup was the team that took out CS. Then after they got those 2 kills, they ran over, they picked up the brick. On their way from the brick to Black Chamber, I saw Equal stop for literally a half second, tapped the body, stole the gun, and went along his way. That is... And it comes full circle, because I myself, I was like, dude, there's no way you just stopped in the open to do that. And it literally was probably the difference between them decoding that mana brick and them not, because he stopped and stole the gun in case that player got res.
Yeah, I have a feeling that's not going to be in the replay package of him stopping and grabbing a gun after that fight, but you're 100% right. I saw that as well. Stops, grabs the gun, and that was the body that he dragged over for the res. And so he had nothing. He was just looting around trying to figure out what he could use. Dude, what a map. There's so many small nuanced points. That's one I promise it's worth VOD reviewing. Look back at all the minute details. It went down, and I'm going to be honest, I'm very impressed with Syrup They were so composed in the face of utter chaos around that point, and I really thought they did a great job of playing their timer near perfectly. Every time the timer got low, they would address it, but they wouldn't all in on the decoding station. If Equal all-ins in that fight, he loses it. He plays it first, takes some damage, backs up, and then rechows it at the perfect time to take down Killzall in the very final fight. Let's take a look back on that map. And Vivid, so many highlights. I'm excited to see which ones we're able to show on broadcast.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how we're going to show all of the highlights. We might need to just absolutely slow them down immensely. I mean, yeah, this was the start of it, right? This is how it all started for Syrup. We remember them getting that knockoff rip, and look at this, right? Equal picked up the mana brick. We don't see it right there, but literally 5 seconds later, he stops on one of those bodies that they have down, grabs that weapon, which is why that final remaining player on Crisp had an Uzi. Some ratting plays here failed from BM. I was kind of excited to see them get into the mix of things here, but 4M being on an absolute tear right now. Dude, when it comes down to the gunplay of things. Like, they are looking completely different. And then after all of the dust kind of settled from those initial engagements, Syrup, they had full control over the mana brick, and then chaos ensued. NL got involved, 4M got involved. They were going back and forth, and it was just crazy.
Yeah, and NL were putting up so many kills. I'd expect them to see a big leap on the leaderboard with the amount of kills they were able to pick up. They end up cleaning up 4M as well. And so then it came down to 4 total teams, and Ink was a duo. But this right here, they're hanging out inside the closet for so long. Killzall comes back, and this is where the Tempest ult goes off. He's the only Tempest on the map. I had forgotten about him. Then Syrup wipes the entire lobby besides Killzall, and you can see him rezzing off map, gets back up, and gets into the fight. Syrup wipes CS, and they go, holy cow, guys, we did it. Killzall reappears, misses his shots, could have been a hair more patient, and maybe wins the tournament there. Equal rechows after taking some damage and cleans them up just in the nick of time to win the map. What an unbelievable Space City map. It could be our last as well, folks. We're going to be going to Game 7 next. It's the last map no matter what. And I got to say, as much as I was excited about EU going to Game 7, for NA also to go to Game 7, man, Finals Day,
Crazy.
Championship Sunday has been unbelievable, dude.
It's crazy because I was meshed out of nowhere a little bit yesterday, and I was like, yo, man, go ahead and just win this thing in 4 games, get those double breaks. And he was like, dude, if anybody wins this thing in 4 games, then the wrong team's qualified. And those words are just reminiscing in my head right now. I was like, yeah, he is absolutely right. We are going the distance for a good reason. I'm excited to see how match number 7 plays out.
I'm just really excited to see it's match number 7, and it's still anyone's game technically, folks. Anybody could still earn this brick, and anybody could still win. We'll see how that math all shakes out, and we'll set the stakes when we come back from a very short break, folks. You're not going to want to miss it. The final game of this insane tourney. We'll be right back in just a moment. Welcome back, Delta Force Global League Season 4 NA Finals. And I just kept saying over and over during that break, this is crazy, because that's certainly what it is. 6.8 mil in total assets from Syrup. They actually extracted, as much as we were freaking out about the map, they got one player out, and a Mandel Brick as well, in a very, very interesting map, to say the least, folks. What a wild look. I mean, take a look at the leaderboard here, Vivid. Any other big notes from you? Obviously, 4M wake up. They end up pick up 4 kills. Pretty solid plays there. Go to 1.3. And then Chopsticks. They finally got their first 2 kills. Let's go.
First 2 kills, and it came from an Scav Uzi. Goes. That guy had to get their first 2 kills on blue ammo off of an Uzi with 0 attachment on it. I mean, hey, use what you got to use. Impressive in its own right. BM and Ink there. A rough game for them. Ink, we know how the start of the match went for them. They were kind of just knocked down off their pedestal immediately at that Westgate spawn. I mean,
yeah,
dude, I would just absolutely hate to be any of these teams. I mean, well, I shouldn't say any of these teams. I would hate to be, because Ink can't get it again. I was going to say Ink or Syrup to get that spawn again. They can't get it again. I guess specifically Syrup to get that spawn again, because both of those top teams kind of going down to that util just over there at the Westgate is very, very tough. BM trying to get into the mix, but yeah, crazy game. Syrup to pick up that many assets, that many kills. Absolutely incredible stuff. Now, here's where things get crazy, Goj. We have 3 teams with a mana brick. So technically speaking, it's still pretty much anybody's game. Let's say, BM could get the mana brick here in game number 7 and then get, a 7 mil raid, and they would be in first place. Your tiebreaker goes to assets. It also gets crazy for, specifically, in my opinion, Team Syrup. And the reason why it gets the most crazy for them is because they now have way more win conditions than the rest of the lobby.
Correct.
They can, of course, secure the mana brick themselves, but they can also just straight up deny it forever. And if nobody captures a mana brick, they'll win. They're in first place right now.
Yep. 100%. I think it's a really good call out. Syrup has the most win conditions by far. In general, we've seen some of these last maps get very kill happy. The only worry I have about this last map is that if anybody wins out this map fast, if this brick gets decoded quickly and it's utter chaos and there's one team left, they can loot this entire map and extract and leapfrog total assets dramatically. We've seen 14 mil raids and more when this happens. So I think you're right. I think if you're Syrup, obviously you're playing for the second brick. You want to win here on game 7. We don't even know what map it is necessarily yet. We do know that 4M, by the way, will pick the map. They are technically in last, but they have closed the gap pretty dramatically, up to 9 mil now. They're going to pick what map we play, but I agree. I think Syrup, if they do go for the brick and try to win on 2 bricks, they need to play it slow. There's no reason to rush it. One mistake could cost you the win.
Yeah, I've really liked the position that Syrup is in now, and here's where it also gets very interesting, because we've gone the absolute distance. We've played 6 games, and every single one of our teams can only use the same operator twice. Take a look at the options here. I really want to talk about our 3 teams that have a mana brick, because in my opinion, they're going to be the ones that we need to look at. All the way at the bottom, we have Syrup. Who do we think that they're going to go ahead and pick up? I think the Shepherd is going to be pretty much a guarantee. After that, I mean, the util, you don't really have much. Yeah, you can go D-Wolf. I think a D-Wolf will be necessary for the smokes, and then I guess you have a flex pick. We have seen Equal play Viren on 0 dam. He's probably going to be comfortable on that, so maybe something like that. Let's take a look at Ink here. They were that team that kind of had that little ace up their sleeve in that last game with the meta comp, but because they went down early, they didn't necessarily get to utilize it. I think they're going to go with Raptor. They will actually be the only team here with some information gathering outside, of course, maybe you could consider the Hacklaw alt some information gathering, but I would imagine that they want the D-Wolf as well. Our third team with a mana break is going to be Chopsticks, in a very similar situation to Syrup, other than instead of Shepherd on the side of Syrup, they have the possibility of going Uluru. So I would imagine, again, probably Uluru, Viren, D-Wolf here for Chopsticks. Now, kind of counting Saniva out here, after, some changes to how he works, we haven't really seen him in these competitions. So I personally would be surprised to see Saniva. We have seen value from him before in past global leagues, but again, because of the state he's in right now, I don't know if we'll necessarily see that. Hacklaw, I mean, cool data knife, flashes, but again, you're looking for a lot of util, you're looking for smokes, and you're looking for playmaking ability right now.
Love the breakdown, man, and I think it'll come down to which map is chosen. And 4M has chosen a map, and folks, back to back to back to back, just like we like it. We're headed back to Space City. Now, look, Vivid, you and I both said we wanted to see Mandelbrick Tide Prison because it hasn't been seen in Delta Force Global League Season 4 at all. But no, 4M has said, we like Space City. We like how we felt on that last map. We feel like we've got some momentum. Let's see if we can keep that momentum going. So as we take a look at the spawns, let's break it down again. You said you don't like this Westgate spawn, and I can agree at this point. T1, yes, closest to Brick, sure, but you can get lined up pretty quickly. So Ink will not get that spawn again. You will also not see BM with an opportunity to get that spawn. The rest of them are up for grabs for those two teams. I think the other big hit here is that Syrup will not get a T3 spawn. So sure, they could pick up that Westgate spawn again, but otherwise, the rest of these spawns are pretty solid. They won't get Assembly Room again. I don't know. Any other big hits here for you that maybe are important as we take a look at the spawns and prepare for the map?
Yeah, I mean, I think spawns are surprisingly going to play a little bit less of a factor here. And the only reason I kind of talk about that is because, you know, let's talk about Syrup, for example. We talked about how many win conditions they have. They don't have to rush to get the mana brick because, again, they should not be playing, in my opinion, to capture the mana brick. They can, right? That can be a win condition for them, but they just have to play spoilers. So they can kind of rotate in later on. Some of the other teams, I mean, hey, listen, you know, Ink's in a good spot here with T2s available, right? Those T2s are pretty good. And then, you know, T3 is not bad. Once again, as long as you don't get that assembly room spawn and instead your quote unquote T3 is that bridge spawn, you're set up pretty good. So another one of our top teams is looking pretty good. Chopsticks as well, a team that's kind of getting into the mix. We saw them playing for the brick there in that last game. T1 or T2 available for them. But hey, man, this is all just random stuff. We'll have to see how it all plays out. Match number 7 goes. We're going the distance. Can't believe we're here.
This is crazy, man. Map 7. I thought it couldn't get any crazier after the last map with how insane the ending was. And it's time for somebody to prove me wrong. I want to see something even more insane. No Tempest self-revives. No funny business. We're down to the meat and potatoes, folks. Maybe a Raptor on the map. And other than that, we are very limited and a bit more off meta as we have gone all the way to game 7. In back-to-back regions, we go the distance. And who knows, maybe in back-to-back regions here, we may see a game 7 that doesn't see a team get 2 bricks. Here we go. Take a look at the spawn. Syrup has the dormitory spawn playing the backside of CS with a T1 spawn. And it's going to be 4M picking up a T1 spawn on Space City, the map that they chose.
Yes, Syrup going to be looking to give a team a taste of the medicine that they received earlier on, but not able to do so. Again, remember, we're limited operators. Not a lot of utility is going to be available for these teams to go ahead and make some plays like that happen. So Syrup looking for some early damage towards that Westgate spawn, not able to find it. T1 spawn, though, for Chopsticks, that CS team. They're going to be making their way towards the center of the map. Ink as well, that team I was talking about it. Hey, listen, yeah, they're going to get T2 or T3 as long as they do not get the assembly spawn and they get the bridge spawn. They're probably going to be happy with that. They did get that bridge spawn, so they're going to be in the middle early on as well. And oh my gosh, an early fight. Muyo actually finds an opener onto the side of BM. That's going to be Smile going down very, very early on. The triple blaster is going to be coming in from Chris to try to go ahead and create some space. He's going to be taking that with the D-Wuff, and the Molotov is going to be able to secure the kill, and an early one at that for CS. Man, they're getting a lot of kills over the past couple of games, Gosh.
Listen, as long as you get to the party, it doesn't matter how late you are, man. CS is online, and they've got a Mandelbrick. They've got a chance to win this tourney right here, right now. The rest of the maps behind them don't matter, and they start with an early first blood on the map. Gonna force BM into a bad position. We're gonna figure out where we want to go from here. Gonna pick up some ID tags off of that player because, well, they're worth quite a bit, and it may come down to loot value. If you watch the EU region, the entire tournament came to loot value. Speaking of loot value, what a pull. The biggest red we've seen in this competition thus far. Pulled the key card for 3.87 mil for RDG. That is certainly going to help out a team that was in dead last and picked this map. They have started to leapfrog up this leaderboard here, Vivid.
I'm not 100% familiar with the little pictures. Obviously, that's a key card. I think that is the Eastern Suspension Bridge key card. I could be completely wrong. I'm sure somebody in chat will call me an idiot and tell me what it actually is, but it did look like it. But, I mean, yeah, big pull right there. Obviously, 4M, that will come into play if they're able to pick up a mana brick, right? That $4 million swing for sure. But as it currently stands, the tiebreakers, that would put them in 4th. And as we know, the prize pool, 4 through 6, they all tie for $500. So you would get a better placement if you're able to win out from that value. But in terms of increasing the amount you actually win today, you would not. So look to see if they are able to go ahead and pick up the mana break. Once again, I don't know if anybody is actually going to be able to pick up this mana brick because, again, just no Tempest, not a lot of stuff to work with to actually get over there towards it. And this is perfect. Syrup right now is licking their lips. They're like, perfect. Just keep it like this for the rest of the game and we'll win.
Yeah, I think the longer it takes for somebody to pick up the brick, the better. I'm getting word from production, by the way, that not one player chose Saniva, somewhat as expected on current patch. He's getting a rework with the upcoming season, though, so you should see Saniva in future seasons a little bit more. Syrup playing slow here. NL, though, could find an early engagement. Based on the angle that Equal's looking off screen right now on minimap, this might be a bit reaching. I don't think Syrup knows that NL's on their backside. Obviously, they know it's possible. But NL could creep up here. Now, Syrup has decided to move forward. They're not going to stay over here in dormitory for too long. Now that nobody's gotten the brick. And you're right, without any Tempest on the map, just so much more difficult to grab this brick and do something with it. Everybody playing a patient waiting game, waiting for somebody else to make the first move so they can punish them for it.
Yeah, this is not good for Syrup right now. They are kind of in between decisions. They were like, should we stay dormitory? Should we push through Westgate? And the longer that they kind of delay this, look at the positioning that NL is getting on them right now. And I think Loco is starting to hear some footsteps, right? They obviously know there could be a team over here, but I think now the information is completely in. And I mean, obviously Syrup is trying to be a little bit weary because Westgate, there could be teams kind of hiding and waiting for somebody to run through. But as it currently stands, it looks like Articuno has complete line of vision of the road to see if anybody does indeed cross. And oh my gosh, man, Syrup is going to be running right back towards this little bit of a trap, man. They're going to get caught off guard. This is your team in first place, and NL is going to try to take them out. There's no information gathering operators on the map right now. There's no way for them to kind of search these players out. They're walking right into them.
This is the nature of this tournament. First shots. Who's going to open things up? It's going to be Zomo. Takes down Hodzik. A big take, but not able to get more than one. Yes, they are. Zomo finds a different angle. Down go 2 equal places alone on 20% or less HP. Down goes Syrup. Syrup are out of this lobby, and much like Mana Brick Addiction in EU Finals, they're going to have to sit, wait, and hope and pray that somebody that is not Ink or CS gets this brick, and hopefully they still have the top loot, even though they get wiped first. It is not out of the realm of possibility they can still win this tournament, but now the fate is no longer in their hands. NL ratted out, play slow, and they get paid for it. Ink go for the grab, and they get punished for it. We got a brawl on our hands, folks. I have no idea who's going to win this one.
Uh-oh. CS is going to go ahead and take out Killzall as he tries to pick up the mana brick. And on the other side of things, Insanity from 4M is going to join the party as well. He's going to be taking out Grimmy. Now, Ink is in absolute dismay. They have 2 members down. The res was actually just canceled. I thought they were going to be able to go ahead and pick that one up. Ooh. But an opportunity maybe for them to go ahead and work with the timing here, right? Because it looks like CS is now fighting 4M. 2 of the contributing teams to getting those 2 knocks and a full reset from CS. They have possession of the mana brick, and they're trying to work towards this decoding station, and they're right there with it. They have full control of this station, and they're going to go ahead and start to decode.
All right, folks. The rubber meets the road here. And I think you're right. I think this will allow Ink to actually get the res. I'm not sure if 4M is still holding them. It doesn't look like. They might have a long angle over the top, but doesn't look like 4M's too interested in getting too aggressive on this fight. Gonna get Grimmy back on his feet. And they're gonna get fully re-kitted back up and repaired before they go for Killzall on the ground on yellow. Yellow timer, rather. CS with the power position currently around the brick in the decoding station. BM outside as a duo. Reminder, they lost a player earlier who is now out of this map completely. Now it's being fired off screen while we lie in wait to see what CS is looking at, which right now is just the back end of a box. So to too easy we go. Now the worry for 4M is if they play too slow, the exact same thing that happened to Serb is going to happen to them. Inel's going to come in from their backside and get a triple kill and wipe them off the map. 4M doesn't want to give up their high ground position looking over the top here because they know that Ink is trapped, but they're not able to see the brick. And right now, nobody's looking at the brick.
Yeah, I mean, Ink is trying to go ahead and recuperate here. They're trying to get that res off so that way they can try to make a play towards this, right? They know, hey, listen, CS is about to win this competition. We need anybody else to try to stop this. And nobody's really moving on the map. I mean, full trio-wise, we have Ink, CS, who's currently defending the mana break, NL, who's off in the distance, still making the rotate over from the north side of the map, and then 4M, who's in the middle right now. Now, Killzaw does shoot the Viren ultimate right there. Does bounce off of the top of the ceiling, so it does not land onto Crisp. Look at this position right now for Crisp, though. He's behind bulletproof glass. Very, very advantageous because you can kind of dictate when you peek, and it's very, very hard for anybody to go ahead and push towards you. So, Ink is going to have quite the difficult time pushing this way. What they need to happen, what they need to hope to happen, is that some sort of push happens simultaneously, and it draws the attention of CS away, but nobody's really willing to make that first step right now.
Yeah, I will say we were right on the money with the Raptor usage for Ink, too. They do have information gathering tools. They're the one and only team that does, based on the operators left in the pool. We'll see how much value they get from that now that they've regained. 4M playing long angles here. CS still on the decode.
Oh!
Seconds. Whoa! A nice spin, a nice turn, and a nice shot. RDG lands great shots with the help of the comms from the teammates. Gets yelled at to turn around and is able to get there just in the nick of time. Trading of blows. Inel in trouble. Inel lose 2. They're trying to stick the res in the middle of this fight. Amidst the chaos, in the midst of trading at least one out. You're just going to go for it. Oh, no.
Trade galore there, and 4M is going to come out on top. NL is going to be wiped off the face of the map. And taking a look at the teams, right? Only 2 remaining full trios. That's going to be Ink. And as I say that, Muyo is actually going to find the knock. And the Viren knockdown hits. He can round the corner and get the kill for free.
Muo, welcome back, baby. This is their map. Who cares about kills? You got possession of the brick, and you're landing your util. CS are about to win this tournament. They were sleepy all day till 6 and 7, and it may only matter that they get to 7 and finally awaken. Down go 2 members of Ink. Too easy alone. 20 seconds on the clock, and 4M are just going to have to bum rush the point. Chris standing on the decoding station. Too easy. Your first shots are going to have to go down on Crisp. Otherwise, you're toast. And SNK is going to get mixy. Trades with a couple of blows, but can't knock anybody. Insanity over the top. Diamond on the backside, trying to hold with angles of the incendiaries. Luru getting so much value, they can't get there in time. See ya later. CS has won this tournament. From the bottom to the top, they pick up 2 bricks, and no one can contest them. Fortune favors the bold, even if the bold is only in Game 7.
An insane turn of events now, and they're just flying around corners looking for kills, looking for those 1v1s, looking to go ahead and ego chow because it's all said and done now. It doesn't matter what happens. Muyo is just going for the peak. Crisp is peeking. It doesn't matter. Widow, you can pick up these kills, man, but you already lost. Chopsticks on top. From the first Mandelbrick game all the way down to the very last. Somehow, some way, they keep themselves cool, calm, collected, and a little quiet throughout the day. But when it mattered most, when it mattered to go ahead and securing those objectives, when it was possible, when they had the best positions on the map, they took full advantage. And I can't believe it, goes. CS is the team picking up the win here today.
I can't believe it either. But they played this map really well. Like, I know we've been kind of clowning them a little bit just because of the kill category, but you got to remember the objective of this tournament. Kills get you so much loot value. But if you double brick, you win. And they got real sleepy in the middle. They didn't do too much. They couldn't find the angles. They were down on loot. But in the last round, they set up well. Were able to cut down ink when they went for the grab on the brick. Gave themselves time to grab the brick off a downed Killzall. Got to a decoding station to take power position on this map. Once they got there, they locked it down perfectly. They had all the angles covered. And because everybody else had been fighting so much, they're able to win the map. Here's a quick look back on this final moment. And this Virant ult was perfectly timed. Would a two-man ink be able to change the day? Probably. It would have been a possible third party. You could have seen 4M and Ink both shoot down CS at the same time. We could have seen a steal come through. A lot could have happened if that Virant ult doesn't land. But because it does, CS have complete control. And because of the timer, it forces 4M to get so aggressive out in the open, and they can't back it up. Insane stuff, man.
Just how it all played out. It's just unbelievable. It could have went any which way. I mean, I'm thinking about all the way back to when Killzall on the Virant, right? He went for that initial Mandel brick down in the center. He walked all the way up to it, made no noise, picked it up and dashed out, and was about a half a second away from making it around the corner to safety and having full control over the Mandel brick. But I think it was Crisp from the team of CS that actually got the knock and prevented that from happening. And after that, man,
crazy.
They had full control.
Insane stuff. Well, folks, the rest of this looting actually doesn't end up mattering at all. It may dictate 4th through 6th. But we have our top 3 teams, and we have our champions, Team Chopsticks. 9.8 mil total assets, in with 11 kills, by the way. Had 2 at the end of last map. How is it even possible? Pick up so many in our final map of the day. Come online, capture the second brick. Reminder, the first brick they got was on Brackish. They didn't even kill anybody to get it. They got it for free. This time, they set up flawlessly. They execute the plan perfectly. They land the util when they needed it most, and because of that, they are the champions of the Delta Force Global League North American region here with Season 4. Unbelievable job from them to stay calm, cool, and collected, stay composed. The mental wasn't checked, and they're able to win it all in the last round. Very impressive stuff. Muo, a great player. Throughout the course of this competition, Vivid, the story of this lobby in the finals we've told, but the story of this team in this tournament series, I've got to tell one more time. I want to remind everybody at home, they were 12th out of 12 teams to make it to the semifinals. They get second in their group and barely out-asset their opponents in a couple of the other groups to get the final spot to the semifinals. They go to the semifinals, and they barely, less than 1 million Technic alloy separate 3rd from 4th, and they barely get 3rd in the semifinals to sneak into the finals. They've been snaking their way to this moment. And in this last game, they have the power position because they get the first brick on Brackish. That is the key point. But otherwise, they just kind of snake their way through the bottom of the leaderboard every time, but with a brick, until the final map when they finally wake up and have a banger game, and they look like the team that we've seen before. In open quals, sure, semifinals solid. Finals, though, they finally came to play when they needed it most. Quite literally could not have taken any longer, but it doesn't matter. They're able to get it done, and they are the champions of the Delta Force Global League Season 4 here in the NA Finals. What an incredible tournament, Vivid. And I am blown away that this is how it all worked out.
Yeah, I just can't believe it, right? Because, you know, we were kind of talking about it. You were mentioning it. The qualifiers, last place. Semifinals, last place for CS. And then, you know, they're jumping up today and they win the whole thing. And it just didn't make sense to me. I kept looking at the team on paper and I was like, I have seen these guys play, especially Muya, right? He's like literally best aimer in the game. He's so good. How can these guys not get anything to work for them? But to see them kind of come out on top, really, really great to see that, right? Because I knew the individual skill was there, but, you know, making these team plays happen sometimes can be a little bit challenging. Did take them the entirety of the day, all 7 matches, but they were just able to get a little bit more experience under their belt to go ahead and make match number 7 happen. And what a match, man. I mean, picking up, had to have been 9 kills in that match alone. Yeah. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, and they forced it with a timer, and it's something that I think sometimes gets understated. If you get the brick and immediately plant it, it forces everybody from all over the map that aren't already congealed around the brick, gives them no time. They got to start moving very quickly, and unfortunately, people didn't move fast enough. So quick look back on that map and some of the replays from it. There are some pretty key moments that set up CS for success. Namely, nobody had a Tempest, so getting the brick off spawn was very difficult. But this moment right here really changed the map. Syrup was the team to beat, and NL slow crept from Central Command all the way around through Dormitory and caught Syrup, unfortunately, just completely unaware. This is the moment CS does a little bit of work. They set up a kill on Killzall, and they take down the opponent's 4M from being able to push for the brick. They get the brick for free. Because they do that, they immediately plant for a decode. Once they do that, they have full power position. Everybody else is trying to regain after all the knocks that happened, and then we're just running out of daylight. 4M getting shot in the back by NL as well. This time, they spin and win the fight, and I think this res here by Loco may have been a mistake. Either way, it's going to be a 1v2. Either way you look at it, it's going to be very difficult. And then CS, Muo makes a huge play with the Viral, gets the knockdown after getting a knock already, picks up the 2-piece, and 2Easy's left alone as a solo, trying to do God's work against a full team of 3 that have possession of the brick, and an Alluru incendiary down on the decoding station. 4M just have to bum rush the point, get punished for it, and they end up picking up 2Easy as well. So many kills in the final moment, and the Mantle Brick. A crazy round for CS right when they needed it most.
Just awesome to see there. Yeah, they just absolutely locked it down. Some teams were trying to get into the mix there, but they just absolutely crushed it. I gotta give a huge shout out again to Muyo. That first kill that he actually found on the Ink player right there was fast, man. We saw it from the perspective of the Ink member, and it was like, holy moly. Individual skill was just in full display right there towards the end of things. Great Viral, great utilization of that operator as well. Probably just feeling comfortable on an operator like that as well, right? You're trying to put yourself on these meta picks, and sometimes, man, just what you're used to is what works best. And right there towards the end of things, that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, I totally agree. Just what a day, man. I can't go on and on about this, or I could go on and on about this for sure. We got a few things to wrap up, though. I believe our scores are in, so we're just going to double check those are all correct and then show you who got what place. We know, obviously, who won. I still have a question mark around maybe Ink and Syrup total assets, who gets second, who gets third. There's prize delineation there that's pretty important. And then if you're a bottom 3 team, 4, 5, and 6, all taking home $500. So we'll double check those scores, make sure everybody's in the right spot, and then show you those. And I am getting word that we will get an interview with our winner as well. But let's take a look at those scores first and see where everybody landed. We know the winners. This is from the game, though. This is from our last round. 9 kills from Chopsticks to make up for all the games they didn't have any. They pick up 9 in the last round when they had the power position here, Vivid.
Yeah, I mean, just the stats show just how well that game was played there. Picked up the mana brick, second for them, of course, 9 kills. Assets, they don't really matter, but just awesome performance there for BM, for 4M, NL, all 3 teams that did not have a mantle brick captured. And the fact that the other 3 teams did means that it is literally impossible for them to break out of that 4th through 6th position. You know, maybe, hey, you want to say, oh, I got 4th in the competition rather than 5th. You can, you know, hopefully they went ahead and won in that regard. Ink and Syrup, there we know going into that game, Syrup had a gigantic lead when it came down to the total assets, and the fact that they lost about the same probably definitely means that Syrup, I do believe, went ahead and clinched up second. So let's go ahead and take a look at the overall now and see how everything after 7 games ended up panning out. Chopsticks in first after securing 2 mana bricks. Syrup in second. Of course, we kind of expected that. 21 kills, a single mana brick for them, and 21 million total assets for them to go ahead and win the tiebreaker against the other team with 1 singular mana brick. That, of course, is going to be Ink. They ended the day with 24 kills and 11 million total assets. And hey, listen, Goj, we were kind of talking about this. no surprise here, the team with the most total assets at the end of it all is going to be the team BM, the team that just kept seeming to find themselves extracted from the lobby when it kind of seemed a little bit odd to be doing so. They just did such a good job today of looting, even picking up kills. I mean, 20 kills there as well. So, but like I mentioned, that's just going to win them that tiebreaker down there for that 4th through 6th position. All those players taking home $500 each. Chopsticks, $4,000. Syrup is going to take home $3,000, and then Ink is going to be taking home that 3rd place spot. Let's take a look at the prize pool to go ahead and put that one up on screen so that way everybody at home can see.
Nice. Yeah, Chopsticks obviously winning the lion's share of the prizing at $4,000 total. Syrup picking up $1,000 a piece for $3,000. Ink picking up $500 a piece for $1,500, and everybody else $500. Can I also just say, as much as we were getting pretty aggressive about all of the comms and all of the chatter around some of these teams and how they were doing in the finals, the fact that 4M was able to clutch up towards the end there, pick up a ton of loot, pick up some kills, also come online towards the end, it shows that some of these tournaments, especially when it goes to Game 7, is a marathon. They actually end up surpassing NL in the total stat line, probably with the help of that key card they found on that last map. But either way you look at it, 4th through 6th, $500 a piece. So we've got our winners. We've got everybody with their prizing. So the last thing we get to do here in the booth is interview the winning team. And specifically, we're going to have a chance to interview Crisp from Chopsticks. Holy cow. Brother, can I just say congratulations? What a heckin' tournament. I need you to just tell me how you're feeling. Did you expect this? What's the emotion right now?
Just in awe. Like, I don't even know what to say. We coming into the tournament, getting the brick round 2. Like, we thought we were gonna close it out very early, but then it got really dicey. So like, we're just all in awe. Don't know what to say. We're just left speechless. Thankful though, very thankful, very grateful.
Yeah. I mean, hey, listen, good job throughout the day. Walk us through how that last match went. Like, what was the game plan there from start to finish? We do know that you guys went ahead and got that Westgate spawn, but after that, go ahead and walk us through your thought process, the calls that were kind of being made to go ahead and secure that mana brick for your team.
So, like, before the round started, we knew that we were the team coming in with the lowest money. Even though we had a brick, like, we had the lowest money. So our only win condition was getting another brick. Like, we got the perfect spawn, in my opinion, to go for another brick. So seeing the spawn, we knew right off the bat that we had to go to the Boise side and get that brick. So like, our game plan was set. Like, hundreds of scrims, we've done this before. We just gotta do it one more time, and worked out.
Yeah, you did it one more time, and you did it right when you needed it most. It was a good call. I mean, you guys were down in loot value. You needed the second brick. And like I said 1,000 times on broadcast, I feel like fortune favors the bold. Well, I want you actually to think back to round 2. Brockish, talk me through that map, because you guys get one of the freest bricks we've seen in a competition of this scale. What did that map feel like for you guys? And obviously, looking back, you now know what happened on the map and why it was so free. But what did that feel like to you guys? What was going on in the comms during that map?
I mean, I really thought it was going to be hell. Like, around the metal brick, coming into that brick cash game, I thought it was going to be hell. Like, I thought it was going to be 4 teams fighting for the brick. But, like, we smoked like every point of contention that we could have. And we got the brick for free. We got no hazard. Like, we were kind of surprised. Like, every scrim we played, that mana brick is hard to get. Like, you will be contested. So
yeah, we
were really surprised. We brought it like over to the hotel side. We didn't get a hazard, so we just put it in. We didn't get contested until like the last minute. So like, that was a really like surprising, but we take those.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, we were surprised ourselves. We were like, how is nobody going for this? The map was just playing super weird there. Told us a little bit about the team dynamic overall, right? You three, how you guys mesh together, how you kind of decide on operators, who is kind of making the calls, if not all of you guys, right? Talk us through how the general idea going into a match looks for you three together.
So we have like one of the most insane aimers, I'd say, in my opinion, like maybe the most insane aimer, Mo. Like, he's crazy. We just like, whenever he sees an opportunity, we send him. He kills everyone. Then we have like Diamond as the IGL. I help here and there whenever I think there's an opportunity to like for rotate anything. I help like rotation wise, but in the middle of a fight or anything like that, Diamond takes over the IGL. I'm here to support the team. I play support characters, smokes all the time. Like I'm here to position the team, get them in the right spots. You know, just help them, and whenever I can, I just frag out too. So yeah, that's how it goes.
I love it, man. Look, I'm very impressed with you guys. There was the mid map or the mid maps rather that it was a little sleepy, but you came online at the right time, and that is all that matters in this competition. Well, Chris, I want to give you the floor as we kind of send you on your way. The floor is yours. Any final words for audience, people watching, family, friends at home, your teammates, any trash talk you want to end with? The floor is yours, and then I'd love for you to shout out where people can find you if you guys stream or make content or anything like that as well at the end.
I want to give a big thanks to our people who helped us, Blue, Soaps, like everyone who supports us, everyone who tunes in the stream. If you do want to tune in the stream, you're interested, we have Mo on Twitch, Momo TV. We have I stream sometimes, Crisp TTV. Sorry. Want to give a big thanks to the team, to like everyone in the tournament too. Everyone poured their hearts out. Like everyone in this finals, like hundreds of scrims, they put in their entire effort, a lot of time. So I want to thank everyone who played too, and the organizers, Delta Force, everyone involved.
Thank you so much, Chris. Great words. Obviously some humility in the win, but also one more big congratulations from us in the booth, dude. You guys certainly earned it, and I know that is going to be a very exciting thing to talk about for a while, because you guys have been putting in the work to scrim for this moment, and it executed perfectly here in the final map. So congratulations again, and go celebrate your win.
Thank you. You guys have a wonderful day.
Thanks.
Cheers.
Congrats, man.
That was
Thanks.
Crisp for the side of Chopsticks. CS just won the North American Regional Finals here for the Delta Force Global League Season 4. Vivid, what a day, dude. And what a tournament. You casted with me for the semifinals as well. I want to give you the floor as well, man. Any final words for our broadcast here? Had a ton of fun with this one.
Yeah, exactly that, man. Just go ahead and shout out to all of the competitors, right? The time and effort that they put in, being able to see some of the cool plays that we were able to throughout the semifinals and the finals here today. It was awesome to see the individuality as well. Awesome to see that stuff. And hey, listen, man, this stuff did not end how I thought it was going to, but that made it that much more fun. Awesome stuff. Shout out to everybody that played, and congratulations for everybody to even making it to the finals, because that alone is a feat. Shout out to everybody behind the scenes, and shout out to my man Goge for making this stuff fun and easy going. Shout out to the Delta Force gang. I'll see you guys on the next one.
I love it, Vivid. An absolute pleasure casting with you for semis and finals here in North America. I am sure we will see you very soon again for another Delta Force show, dude. Crushed it. That's Vivid. Look him up. The dude's the GOAT. He's also very good at this game as well. Shout out to everybody for watching. As per the usual, folks, it's just you and me now to wrap up this show and this show series. Season 4 did not disappoint. Can I just say, I think Season 4 is my favorite esports season Delta Force has had yet. It is getting better and better every single season. So a big shout out to Delta Force for putting these events on. I'm so excited for more in the future. And folks, if you want to see more of these esports events, they've got a lot more coming up down the line, I am being told. So go let them know on all of those socials. I'd love you to drop those follows and all that, but go tell them. Discord, social medias, you can send anything everywhere. They have it all. Let them know if you enjoyed these esports competitions, and if there's things you want to see in these esports competitions, certainly let them know that as well. It's a great place to do that in the Discord, to leave ideas, talk about the events, and hype up more Delta Force esports. I feel like we're just now cusping the surface and breaching and showing the world what Delta Force esports can look like, and I'm excited to see it evolve over the coming year and hopefully years beyond. But that's all I've got for you, folks. Thanks for tuning in to Season 4. Whether you tuned into EU Regional Finals, maybe you just caught this very last round and saw Chopsticks win North America. Either way you look at it, we had a dang good time here in the booth. Thank you to everybody behind the scenes for production. Absolutely crushed this amazing show series. But my final word is a thank you to you, because as a reminder, we couldn't do it without you, the viewer. So thanks for tuning in, and I'm hoping to see you very soon for another Delta Force broadcast. Back off. Confirmation you're right. Vivid. I'm not in play.
Wow.
Over the top. Equal plays in a big action with AWM to ensure we get it out. But, well, BM's going to get really aggressive. NL in hair short. A couple magnetic bombs going to at least ward him up for a moment. Articuno takes a ton of damage. And Oink is slowly but surely working their way through Hotel to get involved. And on screen, no pushing into this fight and get the full 3v2 for sure now. Make it a 3v. For him, don't chow brick.
Oh my gosh.
CS gets it for free. Now NL's found the angle though.
Rez, and now NL is thinking that maybe they're fighting the same team. They're fighting a completely different team.
Try to get a pinch going on CS. If they can catch Diamond unaware. Nice shots from Killzall. Perfect execution. 2 down for the side of CS. Looking for the third off in the distance.
Oh.
Here comes. Easy finds an angle to Articuno. But they trade one back. Loco picking one up on the
kind of separated a little bit from them, so it's going to be hard to go ahead and pick that Rez up. A Slept is going to be interested in going ahead and making a push. And these players are backed up into a corner right now. The 2v1 pinch comes in. It's execute.
Me, what angles are we getting shot from? We are able to trade one back and put it down to yellow timer. Insanity in trouble though. It just backs up and shows his back to a guy with a gun in his hand. Interestingly enough, there's so many people in this area, and there it is.
Back in. They've been the team that's been looting. They've been picking up all of the supplies, and now finally they invest and steal the mana break uncontested, basically. And look at this now. NL was doing the exact same thing. Action right there for Killzall. Ink is now in control of the mana break, and Equal tries to go right back in. These players, the U2 is going to start to come in as Slep looks for the angle. Shots on the nowhere. Last player remaining for Syrup is going to be Hodzic laying in the bushes, trying to
by himself, and too easy. Going to try to get the 2-piece to wrap things up, and he gets it for free. Looks like they're going to take it indoors. Expect them to go right back where they were and going to get really active. Takes the high ground position.
Yeah.
Completely just jump up on high. Take one down.
That bridge. A big opportunity there for them to flank and the ping nice Tempestone to go ahead and get involved. He clears his corners, does not clear close right. It's fun.
If there's a Luru on the map or just frags or otherwise, but Articuno's got a sneaky little position. Gets all
seconds now on the mana break. You have to get on it right now within 4 seconds to make sure you have enough time to even to make something happen towards this mana break. And the ratting is happening. BM.
And they get completely thwarted by positioning and gunfights. As the full team of 3 of Syrup are on the opposite cubby, waiting their turn.
Oh man, this is scary timing. They have to go now.
18 seconds.
I mean, somebody has to go now.
Hello! Nobody can get
oh my gosh.
Hodzic's trying to jump it. 3 seconds.
Hodzic's on it.
2, 1.
He got
it off. They wiped the whole lobby besides one member of CS. Chris finally on the board.
Look like Equal has any armor necessarily. And what a great shot. Equal hit.
Gotta jump the brick for the incendiaries on it. He's gonna go over the top.
Equal.
He's got a second or two. But
yes. Wow.
This is the nature of this tournament. First shots. Who's going to open things up? It's going to be Zomo. Finds a different angle. Down go 2. Equal places alone on 20% or less HP. Down goes
of this station, and they're going to go ahead and start the decode.
All right, CS still on the decode.
30
seconds. Whoa, a nice spin.
That's going to be Ink, and as I say that, Muyo is actually going to find the knock, and the Viren knockdown hits. He can round the corner and get the
down on Crisp. Otherwise, you're toast. And SNK is going to get Mixie. Trades with a couple insanity over the top. Diamond on the backside, trying to hold with angles of the incendiaries. Luru getting so much value. They can't get there in time. See ya later. CS has won this tournament from the bottom to the top. They pick up 2 bricks, and no one can contest them. Fortune favors the bold, even if the bold is only in Game 7.